Okay, Mayor, go ahead.
Good late afternoon. Welcome to the Oxnard City Council regularly scheduled meeting. It is currently just after 5:30. The City Council has an appointment item this evening, and we'll have the city clerk take the roll, please.
Councilwoman Basua.
Here.
Councilmember Lopez.
Here.
Councilman McDonald.
Here.
Councilmember Madrigal.
Here.
Councilmember Perlo.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez.
Here.
Mayor Flynn.
Present.
Mayor, we have a quorum, and the agenda for this meeting was posted in the City Hall kiosk on Thursday, September 3rd.
Thank you very much. And the very first item that we have on the agenda, as I mentioned, is item B under appointment items. Number 1, Cultural and Community Services Department. The subject, Senior Services Commission Annual Report. The recommendation is that the City Council receive the Senior Services Commission Annual Report. And we'll start, I believe, with Terrell Harrison.
Good afternoon. This is a new venue, a new way to reach you. We have a little slide presentation, and this is the highlights of 2019. We weren't able to present in the spring like we normally would have. Next. So, you know about the Senior Services Commission. We're appointed by district. We have 7 commissioners. The census data from 2010 indicates that we have 33,338 senior citizens over the age of 55 in Oxnard, and we expect by the time they get the result of the census in 2020, we'll have over 60,000 senior citizens in Oxnard. So that's our population, our target population. Next. This is our commission, and you probably see us around there. We meet at the Recreation Office. The first Tuesday of every month, but we haven't met since COVID. But anyway, we meet at 9 o'clock in the morning, the first Tuesday of every month. Next. And here's a little video that tells you more about what we do.
We'll discuss what can we do to make the lives better for the adults. So I'm Mary Teresa. I'm the RSVP director for the city of Oxnard. I've been with the city in this position for about 17 years. In this community, RSVP is skilled. We help people who are 55 and older find volunteer positions with nonprofit agencies. But we also run 2 very big senior exercise programs. So there's RSVP Building, which has 33 classes in 4 cities that RSVP serve. And there's Tai Chi Music Better Balance, which has 15 classes. Tai Chi Revenue, this is our 3rd year offering it. We are global. It's been around for about 14 years. The best part of my job is meeting somebody, getting to know them, and motivated to do things that they don't think they can do. Helping them become their best person through service and food.
My experience working with seniors as a director has been a positive experience. To be able to collaborate with seniors, to find out their needs, to find out what they want, is something we take pride in to be able to serve them. My motivation working with seniors is just having that interaction with them, to be able to greet them every day, to be able to have that communication with them, it's very fulfilling. The programs are very good. They're well run, not just my area, but part of other staff as well. More specifically for the work that I do, I would recommend it. I've seen a lot of improvement from the seniors. They're much more confident when they have someone there kind of to reassure what they're doing on the devices and things like that. So yeah, as long as they practice, then they'll get results. But I do recommend that. Working here, working center, and the senior services department. My mom comes here herself right now. Mom's of age, she's a senior, and she comes to her friends. I've got a lot of other family members that come here too. I don't have the entities that come. A lot of different activities that folks have participated. And often folks will just say, "Oh, I never knew." So hopefully something like this gets the word out a little bit more. And come on in, we're all inviting.
I'm Jill Johnson. I'm the senior nutrition chef at the city of Oxnard. Before I came to the city, I really knew all the programs that they did for the seniors. My staff, the staff here, and all of us, we provide, I think, a really good environment for the city. My motivation, I wake up every morning, inspired to come here and work with the seniors, interact with the seniors, and provide them with the best nutrition program that I can get. The seniors keep me on my toes. That's when I first started working here. Come here, relax, and enjoy yourself. I told you we want to help and want to be active if you feel you're still needed and to have a purpose. My name is Victoria Barreto, and I've been here at the Oxnard Senior Center for more than 30 years. I have been volunteering for a long time for different programs, and mostly I do exercise over here, almost 5 days a week for over 30 years.
It's nice to know you can offer them a safe, fun, social, and educational environment.
Okay. I hope that that wasn't too glitchy. The sound was a little glitchy on my end. But you can see that we have very robust programming. We've been able to continue some of the programs. We have Tai Chi and bone builders in the park. Moving along, our nutrition program, we continue to serve meals. The seniors can pick up their meals at the senior center and take them home, or we have home delivered meals. In last year, we served over 40,000 meals during the fiscal year, and we continued that and expanded it through COVID. We have extra funding through the state and federal government, and so we've expanded the meal program. The average cost of a meal is, we suggest that they donate $3. If they bring a guest, we suggest they give $6.75 for the meal. However, we get about 51 cents donation. So the rest of the cost is funded through Measure O and through Ventura County Area Agency on Aging. Next. We're really proud of the RSVP program, the Retired and Senior Volunteer Program. We have 26 partner agencies. We have 44,363 hours that we reported last year. And that's if you equate that to an hourly wage, it would be over $1,328,672. We have the STOP program, which is seniors tackling opioid problem. We had 110 pounds of pills donated and 7.5 pounds of containers of sharps. So we have opportunity to partner with the Ventura County Behavioral Health, the Oxnard Police Department, to do opioid education. Next. So our long-term goals continue. Our biggest goal is to build the state-of-the-art senior center. We want to build the new senior center. And we have our ongoing goals, which is to create this annual report and to collaborate with local agencies. So now I'm going to turn the camera to Jeff Nevitt, who will tell you about orcas.
Hey everybody, thank you for your time. I'm a commissioner with Alice on the Senior Service Commission, also on the board of directors of orcas. Can you flip the slide, please? Next. orcas stands for the Oxnard Recreation Center for Adults and Seniors. It was started in 2012, and the long-term goal is to get a new site, get a center built in the western part of the city. Right now, we have 3 centers, all in the central and the southern part of the city. We began working on this project in 2012. So it's been ongoing for a while, and it started with conducting a master plan study, doing research to determine senior needs. We hired a project manager to direct the project, and we hired recently an architectural firm to develop conceptual plans to build the new center. So we're moving along. We have a site, we have plans, we just need some money. We definitely have a vision. Next, please. Fundraising efforts, and you can see some of them on here, the Valentine's dinner, and we've had a couple of sales of rummage sales and garage sales to raise funds that have helped us basically at this point to handle administrative costs and to get to the point we're at. This year we've through our initiatives we've developed an orcas website, which you'll see in a minute. You're all welcome to get on there. We've been very proud of the website. It's a start. As we have more to put on there, it'll get richer. We work closely with an architectural firm and developed the center. I'm sorry. We developed the center taking into account community input. We had focus groups who've done a research study and really looked at the evolving senior needs. And from 2012 to present, senior needs have really changed. As you can see in the video that Alice showed, the seniors, for the most part, are very active. They don't want to sit down and play bingo all day. They really want to learn, and they want to do physical activities. So we worked, looked at the site. We've also had the Oxnard Fire Department look at the plans for the new center, and they've determined it will be useful as it's set up to be an evacuation center for the entire community if the need arises. So that's kind of an added benefit to having this new center. We partnered with Pepperdine University to develop a social media presence, which we're linking in with the current rec social media and with the senior services. And we're working with VCCF, the Ventura County Community Foundation, to develop funding plans for foundations and private corporations. And next we have, if we can flip to the next slide, we have a video tour of the center. Yeah, we could click on that. It's about a minute and a half tour to give you a good idea of what we've put together. Oh, it just disappeared. Oh.
Wow.
I'm unmuted. It's bright and airy entry, inviting to the seniors, and a safe entry. We have a social patio, which is both an indoor and outdoor social area. As you can see, and these are the plans for what it is. So we've tried to make use of as much outdoor space, given the good weather that we have here. As you'd expect in a social setting, we have our billiards table and other things. Courtyard, we have a lot of outdoor space used for socializing, meeting friends, feeling safe, good place to just kind of relax, get out of your house. Then we have classrooms, which can be divided for small classes or larger classes or presentations. And next, we have an event hall, which is an outside and inside facility. So it'll be used as a dining room and for events. And in fact, this space can be rented to the community on weekends or when the center's not open for seniors. So we can actually raise some revenue, augment some of the costs for our programs, and help the community by providing them with a local place to have parties and events. So that's our senior video. Hope you enjoyed the little trip. If you could, there should be one more, then another slide. Oh, there it is. Okay, in moving forward, no, not back one, please. Okay, moving forward with our 2020 and future goals, we continue to fundraise plans with private funding, and we're hopeful funds from Measure E, when it passes, will help accelerate the opening of the center. At the bottom, you can see the website address. And again, we invite all of you in your spare time to click on there, take a little look around there, and any suggestions you have as we continue to develop this. It will be important to us. So as you can see from the center, social activities and education are vital to the active seniors. There's outdoor activities there like pickleball, and there's no pool or anything, but we do have a lot of space for them to enjoy the outdoors and really enjoy these years of their lives. I'm going to turn this back to Alice, who's going to conclude.
Okay, next. I just wanted to point out that we are on social media. We're on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, and also Nextdoor. So we send our message out to the city through our social media, and we also have an email. So thank you for your time. Do you have any questions? Nope. Okay, have a good evening.
Thank you.
Wait.
Thank you very much.
Let me just say that I do have some speakers, so I want to call them first. I know members of the council would like to speak, but I want to call up those speakers first. And the very first speaker is Kay Raynard, to be followed by Larry Barberine, please.
Hi, Kay. Are you there?
Hello?
Hi, Kay. You're live in the council meeting. We're on the senior center update item, or I'm sorry, the senior services update item. And you've got 3 minutes to address the council. Please begin.
Hello, my name is Kay Brainerd, and I'm a senior service commissioner. I've also, a part of the Orca nonprofit group. First and foremost, I'd like to thank the city council members, Mr. Nigel and Mr. Goldman, for our constant support for this project. Orca members have worked with the city staff to get where we are today, and we look forward to officially kicking off our fundraising effort in the near future. We realize that building the state-of-the-art senior center is no small task, and it will be a pretty penny. As Jeff mentioned, we are working with VCCF to tap into our community resources. And we have hopes with the help of Measure E and the fundraising contributions, we can all enjoy this center one day. I look forward to returning next year with even bigger updates as we move forward. Thank you again for your support.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Larry Barberine, please.
Hi, Larry. Larry, are you there? Hi, Larry.
Hi, this is Larry. Yes.
Hi, we're on the senior center item. I'm sorry, the senior services item. You have 3 minutes. Please begin.
Thank you. Yes, that press 1 for Zoom. That was new this time for me. I want to connect something, connect to an upcoming item on the agenda, and I want to thank all our seniors for continuing our constitutional republic. Happy Constitution Day to them and all on Thursday, and thank you, Council, for recognizing, and staff for recognizing Constitution Week that you'll have later on. I want to thank the Senior Services Commission and those who work at the facilities. We've been able to get some supplementary food for my mom, and also was able to tell one of our caregivers about it. So I thank Fernando and Myra and others there at Wilson. A little tip: get there at the 11:30 start if you can, because then the milk and the yogurt in there will be colder. To start. Just a little tip. I want to know what is Pepperdine? Did Pepperdine help with the Oxnard Seniors Facebook page, or are they helping only for the Orcas page? And is that a separate? I'd like to know what that Twitter handle or Facebook handle is, if that's a separate one. This is to help our elderly. I mean, it's obviously it should be a family responsibility first, and we don't want to get away from that. But with the silver tsunami coming on, with the baby boomers aging, I don't think having some experience with this, the caregiver industry, although there's a lot of good ones that we have, for instance, but that industry, all the paperwork that's involved, I don't think we're ready yet, for the amount of people that are getting older now, the baby boomers. So we really have to, pray and work to be able to help all that onslaught of people coming on that'll age, and hopefully we'll have a cure for Alzheimer's, for instance. That would be, we hope for that, of course. But even without that, everyone will have to be at their best. And I'm not sure we're quite ready for that yet. So I hope we will be. Anyway, and I think there's money in the till there without E, but we'll get to that later on another item. All right. Thank you much. God bless.
Thank you very much. And that concludes the speakers. And I have just want to let the members of the council know you can now raise your hands on, and I'm not saying that as a teacher, I'm just, this is the program that allows you to raise your hand online. So I think I have a request from Mayor Pro Tem first and then Councilman Perillo second, please.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you, commissioners, Ms. Sweetland, everyone for this great presentation. And I wanted to say it's so great that our seniors in our city have services. There's a desire to provide more. I'm glad you mentioned Measure E. That's all I'll say. And also, I think it's so important for us to really honor our elders. I'm there now. I know that. But you know, you're still very active and have a lot to contribute. And it kind of, just as an aside, it kind of annoys me when we're talking about COVID, how there's sort of a dismissal of people who unfortunately pass away because they're older. Everybody should be valued, and I really appreciate what you do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilman Perillo.
Thank you very much to the people that presented, the volunteers and the Senior Services Commission. I want to thank Ms. Sweetland for bringing up the price of the meals that we're asking for donations, and also pointing out exactly what we're getting, because that falls into line with the comment from a public speaker, Mr. Barberine, when he spoke about he believes there's money in the till. I think I wrote down money still in the till to take care of something without Measure E. Mr. Barberine, I think we better go back and check our numbers, because the numbers that I'm getting and the information I get, that's an inaccurate statement. And I don't want to let the public not know my opinion on an inaccurate statement. The other thing is I want to thank Mr. Naveen, and I beg your pardon if I'm pronouncing it wrong, Mr. Navet, for his discussion about what's going on with the seniors and the ORCAs, and the possibility of generating funds for the Seniors Commission, the Senior Services Center, state-of-the-art Senior Services Center. A lot of work has gone into this. This is something that has been a commitment from the council, but we haven't had the funds to move forward. There has been some activity. You pointed it out. I'm grateful you did. And I'm also grateful that I had an opportunity last year to go to the St. Valentine's Dance. You don't have to be a senior to go to that thing, ladies and gentlemen. And it's an opportunity for the general public that you can contribute. If by the grace of God, you're lucky enough to hit the minimum number of being a senior, you may benefit from some contribution you've made, and at the same time, have a tremendously delicious meal and meet some nice people. And those are my comments. Very impressed with the report. We are going to be working on the sound. There's no getting around it. There's still some glitches. We're getting a hell of a lot better. I want to thank everyone involved in the Senior Commission. And by full disclosure, I'm a member of the senior community.
Thank you very much, Councilman McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to Alice and your counterpart there for this presentation. It was really interesting to see the architect's rendition of what the proposal is for the new center. And it's the first time I've had a chance to see it, so I appreciate that. The one thing that I really have missed because of COVID-19 this year is being able to go to RSVP luncheon and seeing all the wonderful people there and recognizing them for all the hours, the amazing number of hours that seniors donate to our community. And one of the slides talked about it. It's well over $1 million worth of hourly pay if we were to pay for all this stuff. So thank you all for what you do to our community or for our community. And I'm looking forward to moving forward with the senior center. It's an exciting proposition. And I will disclose, I'm also a part of the senior community too. So I think the only one that hasn't made that comment is the mayor, and he's part of us too. But thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Councilman McDonald. I am part of the senior community, but I don't feel like I feel healthy. I feel healthy and young, and I just accept the fact that I too am going to need these services that this Senior Services Commission has worked so hard to secure. And seeing that 3D, example about what that Senior Services Center is going to look like is just exhilarating. And I hope it has the same effect on my colleagues and I think members of the public. I want to thank the Senior Services Commission for this hard work that went behind this. And, several people have raised issues about the function of the citizen advisory groups and how effective are the citizen advisory groups. And I will say this is one example of a citizen advisory group that is very effective, because this senior center is a direct result of the hard work by volunteers in this city. And I think, Mr. City Manager and members of the council, it's a real affirmation of the citizen advisory group process. I know there are other citizen advisory groups that don't feel as participatory in decision-making, but certainly we have come to this place now on the senior center as a result of the Senior Services Commission. And I think it needs to be highlighted to the public that being a volunteer with the city of Oxnard can yield these results. So thank you very much. Thank you to the Senior Services Commission, and I'm very excited about this project. With that, it was to receive the annual report, and the City Council has done so. No vote is required. And now at 6:09 p.m., we will start the regular council meeting. And before we stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, I would like to extend my thoughts and prayers to those families across the state and in other states that are victims of this season of fires. It's very disconcerting, and it means, I think, when it comes to government, that given the realities of what's happening with the climate, that more and more resources are going to have to be devoted to fighting wildfires. So we hope and pray for the public safety personnel that's employed in this. Our thoughts and prayers go out to the victims and their families. And Mayor Pro Tem has a very special request for a member of our community who contributed vastly. And Mayor Pro Tem, she has some things to say about her.
Just very quickly, thank you, Mayor. I wanted to note the passing of a wonderful teacher, supporter of the arts. Norma Van Riper died recently. I think most of us knew her. She was a great friend of the library, of the arts, and very engaged person who always had something to, she always had opinions that she shared with me and others of my colleagues about what she thought the city should be doing. I know she really supported cultural arts, and it's just unbelievable that she's gone, because really whatever blows life gave her, she still was out there trying to be as an active resident as she could. So I miss her.
Thank you very much. All rise, please. And Mayor Pro Tem, can you lead us in the pledge, please?
Yes, place your hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance
to the flag
of the United
States of America
and to the
republic for which it stands,
one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty
and justice for all. Be seated, please.
Thank you.
So we have one ceremonial item this evening, and that ceremonial item is a proclamation designating the week of September 17th through the 13th, 2020 as U.S. Constitution Week. What a wonderful thing. And before I present this proclamation, I'm going to call on Ana Maria Lugo, who is a partnership specialist with the United States Census Bureau Central Coast team. Ana, could you share a few words for us, please? Okay, she might not be available to share those words now, but maybe she will be by the time I read this proclamation. Why don't we go ahead and start? September 17th through the 23rd, 2020 is U.S. Constitution Week. It marks the 233rd anniversary of the drafting of the Constitution of the United States of America by the Constitutional Convention. Whereas it is fitting and proper to accord official recognition to this magnificent document and its memorable anniversary, and patriotic celebrations, which will commemorate the occasion. Whereas the United States Constitution empowers the Congress to carry out the census every decade. And whereas communities across Ventura County are working together to support state and federal efforts to promote the census. Public Law 915 guarantees the issuing and proclamation each year by the President of the United States designating September 17th through the 23rd as U.S. Constitution Week. And now, therefore, I, Tim Flynn, Mayor of the City of Oxnard, do hereby declare September 17th through the 23rd U.S. United States Constitution Week, and ask our residents to reaffirm the ideals and the framers of the Constitution of 1787. And I might just add, ladies and gentlemen, as a history teacher, and there might be other members of the council would like to share, but as a United States history teacher, one of the thrills of my life was going to Philadelphia, and it was in the summer, and it was very hot and humid, and standing in the very room that the founding fathers of this great nation proclaimed and worked hard to put together the Constitution of this country. And it's in the Philadelphia State House, and how they were able to do this with humidity, wearing high-heeled shoes, stockings. I don't know all the names for all the things, those fruffled shirts, wigs and makeup. I don't know, because I'm telling you, it was air conditioned in there, but the weather in Philadelphia was very oppressive when we went there. But this lasting Constitution is the pride and joy of this great nation of ours, and in particular, the author of the United States Constitution, in particular, James Madison. So I don't know if there are any other council members that have any other words to say, but when I read that proclamation, quite frankly, I get goosebumps. So any other words by members of the council? Oh, Ana Maria Lugo is here, but let's see. I do have Mayor Pro Tem who raised her hand. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you very much, Mayor. It's well said. I wanted to, I'm really glad we're associating this Constitution Day with the census, because it is in the Constitution, and we're going to get a report on that. I just want to say that I personally, because my family's been in California and the United States for a long, long time, I can actually find my relatives on the census rolls in California from right after this California became a state. And I want to recommend that to anybody who has a long history here in our country. You can see what your relatives did, where they lived, how old they were, how many people in the household. So just as an aside for you history buffs, including you, Mayor.
Thank you. Let's see here, Councilman Perrell.
Yes, I appreciate the fact that we are honoring this. I do appreciate the fact that we had a member earlier speak about it, and thanking the council for that. But one of the things that rarely comes up, but is a really important thing, one of the individuals involved, former President John Adams, who was involved, he's quoted oftentimes about a lot of things, but one thing he states, and I believe it has to do with things that are going on right now in the present world. And this is a quote: "Facts are stubborn things, and whatever may be your wishes or inclinations or the dictates of your passion, they cannot alter the state of facts and evidence." That's an end quote. I'd like to repeat it from John Adams. "Facts are stubborn things, and whatever may be your wishes, your inclinations, or the dictates of your passions, they cannot alter the state of facts and evidence." A quote from former President John Adams. Thank you.
Thank
Mayor,
you. Thank you
Mr.
very
Mayor,
much.
if I could, this is the city attorney, I would like to, given that this is, we're focusing on the census for this year's Constitution Week, I'd like to, if I could, read a section of an article that was recently republished by the American Bar Association by Professor Margot Anderson. She's an American social historian and historian of statistics known for her studies of the United States Census. So I'd like to read a section of her article on the importance of getting the count right. "The issue of the undercount began to be framed precisely after a somewhat serendipitous natural experiment in 1940. The Selective Service Registration of 1940 allowed demographers to compare the 1940 census counts of men of draft age, 21 to 35, with the counts of men who registered for the draft. The census underreported about 3% of the men in the age cohort. The draft registration recorded some 453,000 more men than the census did. More significantly, though, was the finding that the level of the undercount varied by region and race. Some 13% of the Black men of draft age were missed in the census. The Black men registered for the draft in dramatically higher numbers in urban states than would have been expected from the census counts. By 1950, the Census Bureau knew it undercounted the total population by about 2.5% and non-whites by 11%. Three separate trends merged to propel the census undercount into the political stage in the mid-1960s. First, Congress continued to build the grants and aid system as a mechanism for allocating revenue to state and local governments. Second, in 1962, the Supreme Court ruled in Baker v. Carr that malapportioned state legislatures were unconstitutional and opened the way for the decade of lawsuits that led to the reapportionment revolution of the 1960s. A series of cases followed that overthrew apportionments in other legislatures and in Congress. By 1964, the phrase "one man, one vote" had entered the nation's political vocabulary to define the new principle of legislative apportionment. Suddenly, accurate census data for small geographic areas came to be of added importance, and the Bureau had a strict constitutional duty under the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment to count everyone. Third, the civil rights movement of the 1950s and 1960s used census data to frame many of the arguments about discrimination in the labor force, community participation, and access to housing in terms of underrepresentation of minorities in these areas of American life. If, for example, 30% of the local labor market were Black, then, activists argued, true non-discrimination would require Blacks to hold roughly 30% of the jobs. Congress passed civil rights legislation that also relied on census data for administration and implementation. Under the Voting Rights Act of 1965, Congress created clear numerical tests of compliance. If a state used a literacy test for voter registration, and if voter registration or turnout was less than 50% of the voting age population of a jurisdiction, then the law presumed a violation of the 15th Amendment. In such a case, the literacy tests were suspended, and the Justice Department would send federal registrars and election observers to monitor elections. The undercount ceased to be a technical problem of census field procedures. It became an explosive political issue. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. And we do now have Ana Maria Lugo that has joined us. Ana Maria, you have a few words to say. And I'll just remind the public that you are a partnership specialist with the United States Census Bureau Central Coast team. Welcome to the Oxnard City Council meeting.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and all of our City Council members. It's been an absolute pleasure to be with you all again for this decennial in 2020. Of course, we are under different times. It is not to say that the census is definitely more important than ever to highlight the different services that cities like Oxnard provide, and resources as well as services, schools, and everything that that the city of Oxnard continues to strive for to make better for our community. We have been and had a census since 1790, so I just wanted to highlight that again. So over 200 years of counting citizens in the United States. I again wanted to remind everybody that the census and the decennial count is to count everybody once, only once, and in the right place. And of course, the benchmark was April 1st, but because of COVID-19, we now have enumerators in the field continuing and following up on non-response follow-up operation that is to go to residents' homes, door to door, for those who haven't responded online, over the phone, or returned their questionnaire. It is very important that you respond to the 2020 census as soon as possible. Don't delay. Go online, call in, or return your paper form. If a census taker knocks at the door, please answer their questions. It's just really important for our community and for, for the future of the children that are now in schools, that for the next 10 years, the city of Oxnard will receive funding based on those census numbers that come to us. So again, I want to thank you for this great opportunity, and our partners, of course, the CCC of Ventura County, Ventura Community Foundation, so VCCF, has been the best partner to work with, has included all of the organizations, community-based organizations, grassroots organizations, county organizations, just everybody coming together to make sure that this is a great count. So I want to thank you very much for this.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate those remarks. Could you share with us the online site where members of the public can actually fill out their census form?
Yes, they can go to my2020census.gov.
Okay, my2020census.gov, and there they can fill out all of their information.
Yes, they can. And if a census taker happens to get to their door before they fill that out, we just ask that they answer the questions of the census taker. Our operations right now are due to end at the end of September for non-response follow-up. So we hope that everybody can just, help us out and help out your community by making sure that everybody is counted.
Okay, very well. Outstanding. Thank you very much, and thank you for your good work. And Mayor Pro Tem. Mayor Pro Tem, you're muted. I'm sorry.
Thank you. I heard Vanessa Bechtel this morning make a presentation to the County Board of Supervisors, and I believe you spoke as well, Ms. Lugo, correct? She mentioned that there was a difficulty getting into gated communities. So I wanted to bring that to the public's attention, that gated communities, yes, they have a right to keep people out, but please, I would hope that people would cooperate so we could get a full count. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that concludes the ceremonial item. And we're going to proceed now on the agenda to the second page of the agenda, to item E, public comments on items not on the agenda. At this time, the legislative body will consider public comments for a maximum of 30 minutes. A person may address the legislative body only on matters not appearing on the agenda and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the legislative body. Speaker requests shall be submitted as set forth on the first page of this agenda. Based on the number of speaker requests submitted, the presiding officer may impose time limits per speaker. Typically, speakers are limited to 3 minutes, but shorter times may be established as deemed necessary. The legislative body cannot enter into a detailed discussion or take any actions on any items presented during public comments at this time. Such items may only be referred to the city manager for administrative action or scheduled on a subsequent agenda for discussion. Persons wishing to speak on public hearing items should do so at the time of the hearing. And that applies to any other item on the agenda. And so now we'll go down the speaker list here. We have a number of speakers, and we're going to go ahead and start and call the very first speaker. And this, again, items not on the agenda, Douglas Partello, to be followed by Pat Brown, please.
So it says the call is busy.
Okay. And I know Mr. Portillo, and he is often busy. And so maybe let's go to the next speaker, and then we'll see if we could try him one more time. And the next speaker is Pat Brown, to be followed by Lawrence Paul Stein, please.
My comment is, number one, is just that I found out a couple of years ago that my grandfather was born on a farm in Virginia, and his family was listed in a book called The First Families of Virginia. So that's one of the interesting things I found out, and I think everybody should start looking up and seeing what was happening with their distant relatives before they came along. Anyway, what I really wanted to talk about on this topic, because of the last week or two when we've had this extreme hot weather, and the hot weather throughout the United States has been unusually hot, and apparently our weather is getting hotter every summer, and we may not even have any rain until next spring. They're projecting a dry fall. We have got to do something about our atmosphere. And we've got to start working towards that, everything we can, including the power plants and their batteries, and including the trucks with their diesel fuel and such. Everything's going to have to be done in a different way because we want a turnaround. We don't want it to be like it's been this past week. We want it like it used to be 10 years ago. And we're going to have to try in many, many different ways. All of our environmental issues that we're having with weather and the coast, the water's coming in, I guess, faster than they expected. The sea level rise, I guess, from what I've heard just recently, they were totally astonished about this. And so we're getting, and the poles are both melting, and we've got to do something about our environment. So I just want you to all think about that in the future, and I hope that those that are newly elected after the election, that they will start thinking about this too, because we have got to do something, and we've got to start it now, not 5 years from now or 10 years from now. We got to start it now. Thank you. 5 years from now or 10 years.
Thank you very much. Why don't we go ahead and try Mr. Portillo again, please? And if Madame City Clerk, if it's still busy, we'll go right to Lawrence Paul Stein to be followed by Henry, please.
Douglas? Douglas?
Yes.
Hi. Okay, you have 3 minutes. Please begin.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council. Do we, Oxnard citizens, feel that we have accountability and transparency from City Hall? Some do, but many of us do not. We have good reason to feel this way. Why is it that we seem not to get our most basic services like road repair, landscape maintenance, along with community and cultural services we used to get? While we see a rising city employee salaries, benefits, and soaring pension debt taking much of those funds. Measure L, a reform measure, does what we desperately need. It better ensures accountability and transparency in City Hall, which Measure B fails to give. Here's what Measure L does that's not being done or not being done very well. It requires monthly financial reports with monthly and year-to-date expenditures and revenues compared to budgeted amounts to be presented to City Council and posted on the city's website. It requires posting of invoices, purchase orders, submitted bids, and solicitation for bids, which can expose cronyism and sweetheart deals. It requires the treasurer to oversee a robust system of internal controls that safeguards city assets. The 2019 audit for Oxnard had 83 negative findings. Performance measures are established for each department based on cost, quality, and timeliness, and these also must be posted online. It requires a licensed public accountant be on staff. An independent auditor performs performance audits and oversees a whistleblower program. Any wrongful acts or criminal conduct must be reported to the city council and law enforcement and not be swept under the rug. It makes the city treasurer head of the Oxnard Finance Department, who is directly accountable to voters. We now have the city manager in the role of watchdog. That's like having the fox guard the hen house. The rightful role of our duly elected city treasurer was wrestled away from him by a dubious claim of harassment. No other remedies could be found other than taking away his ability to do his job. By all accounts, he was doing an excellent job, maybe too excellent. This measure restores the role of our city treasurer. We may have a new city treasurer, as this position is up for election on the November ballot. Whether the incumbent city treasurer or the other candidate, the voters of Oxnard will weigh their qualifications carefully and make their best choice. This measure obligates the city manager and city attorney to fully cooperate with the elected city treasurer. In a recent presentation, our city manager, supporting Measure E, he called our city treasurer a liar on social media for the world to see. This was outrageous and unprofessional conduct. Hopefully you can learn from that. Reform Measure L is exactly what our city needs to get back to having a real accountability and transparency. Vote yes on Measure L, an important part of restoring our city to the jewel of Ventura County it once was. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you very much. And we'll go to Lawrence Paul Stein to be followed by Henry, please.
Hi, Larry. You have 3 minutes for public comments. Please begin now.
I'm somewhat concerned about staff's not giving public documents to the city clerk. Some of the things I've asked for includes the financial statements of the golf course for 2019-2020. City Council approved a contract 2 years ago, allocating the fact that the City Council is supposed to receive the monthly financial statements of the golf course operation. I submitted a public record request to see the income statement balance sheet of the golf course for the 2019-2020 period. The city clerk was told that she cannot make the report to them until December. This is not what the contract called for. Again, staff is refusing to give the city clerk documents the public is asking for through the city's procedures of the public record request. This person asked to see the legal expenses that the city attorney's office has spent on legal litigation. Not just litigation, but all legal services. Of the millions of dollars the city attorney has spent, the city has spent on legal services, this member was only given documents of less than $5,000 for the millions of dollars spent for legal professional services. Again, this is wrong. Staff is withholding documents that the public is asking for. I'm asking for information on Halico. You remember Halico? That was declared an industrial waste site over 20 years ago. And all I saw was reports when we have 2 feet of waste underneath the ground. Nothing was mentioned about the radioactivity slag. Nothing was mentioned about the reports Ashley Golden has conducted. Nothing was received regarding the communications that's going on the last 2 years between city council members and EPA. Again, the public's entitled to know what's going on. Measure O was supposed to use to clean up some of the site. Measure O was supposed to use to clean up fix our parks. Measure O was supposed to fix all sorts of things like our streets. Instead, Measure O was used to backfill public safety and pension funds. Measure O is being used to pay for a $20 million fire station that staff had recommended in 2005 to cost only $4 million, with half of it being paid by the developer. How much is the developer paying for this fire station that cost us $20 million? I'm asking to find out when we're going to have the rainwater, when we're going to water supply. That was proposed in 2010. Again, we're not being told how staff is wasting money because it's costing us millions and millions of dollars to use imported water. That has gone from $14 million, $15 million to $22, $23 million. We are not blending our water supply, but we're paying the debt service on this. The city council ignores the fact that we're paying debt service on this. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Henry, to be followed by Ray Blattell, please.
Henry? I suspect it's gone to voicemail.
Okay, why don't we go to Ray Blattell to be followed by Santiago Gaziola.
Hello?
Hi, Ray. You're live in the council meeting. We're on items not on the agenda. You have 3 minutes. Please begin.
Thanks, Michelle. Good evening, Mayor and council members. This comment is relative to the 1 September council meeting, item I-7, Downtown Improvement Program Settlement Fund, where $200,000 would be allocated annually for police overtime to service the downtown, which you already naturally approved. Why is it that overtime is the first thing that seems to come to mind? This is just another overtime vehicle for the police department in addition to squandering precious money needed to renovate the downtown. The $200,000 is supposed to provide 40 hours per week of targeted police support for the downtown area. That is full-time employment for an individual if it were not proposed as overtime. Rather than this money used for overtime, why couldn't you have secured an additional uniformed police officer position? According to your own city salary data, you can get a police officer pay grade 1 or 2 with this money, salary and benefits included. On a side note, as I've already pointed out before, given the existing overtime in the police department and neglecting grant money and reimbursements, you could hire at least 6 more uniformed officers. If this were a temporary assignment, say no more than 6 months or so, in this case, going with the current proposed overtime path with existing officers, that would make sense. But it sounds like a multiple year requirement as it is budgeted for multiple fiscal years. Why continue to feed the current overtime machine? For this additional hiree, you could just as well dictate which days and hours are worked, just like the current overtime proposal. With this individual, you'd have the benefits provided by the continuity of a single individual who perhaps might even develop a community friendship with any downtown homeless person, rather than the proposed continuous parade of individuals eager to capture their share of the overtime. I'm just saying. Thank you very much. Good evening.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Santiago Gaziola, to be followed by James Aragon, please.
Okay, thinking that's gone to voicemail too. It's kind of hard to tell with this new system, but
Okay.
usually if they don't press 1 to accept the call and being in the call in the meeting, their icon doesn't show up in the gallery.
Okay, great. Why don't we go to James Aragon to be followed by John Bishop, please?
Hi, James.
Hello.
Hi, 3 minutes. Please begin.
All righty. First, let's talk about this new system. Just kidding. Hey, everybody. I had some things I wanted to say, and then I've changed my mind as I sat through this. I just wanted to say a few things. One, I do support Measure L over myself, over my own candidacy. I think is really good. I know Mr. Nguyen, I hope I said that right, thinks otherwise, and I appreciate that. I think it's a fair, different of opinion. But I do think that waiting for an outside auditor at the end of every year to tell you whether or not your controls are working on the regular, honestly, is not the right thing. That said, we'll see how it comes out with the voters and any follow-on lawsuits, etc. One of the things I wanted to comment to is tied to Constitution Week. I have concerns about Constitution. I am a 20-year veteran of the military, swore an oath to it many, many times. And I do have a concern about the state of the Union as it is. I think there's been a long degradation of what's in the Constitution over time. I just, as an example, Amendment 18, or the 18th Amendment, as it's called, was for prohibition of alcohol. And then the 21st Amendment was reinstating alcohol as being allowable, ending prohibition. Of course, at some point, though, Congress, the federal government decided that amendments weren't necessary. And so now we have a very strange period of time now where presidents are able to initiate wars without declaration, and apparently unable to end wars without Congress's permission. So it's a very peculiar time, but Oxnard is participating in what those of us who are constitutionalists call nullification, which is state rights. California was kind of early on in that when it allowed medical marijuana, and then followed suit of some other brave states by allowing recreational use of marijuana. So the city is getting ready to participate in that. And a full recreational, and so
30 seconds.
That's good. That is nullification, and I think that anytime you look to the federal government to decide whether or not you can do something is the wrong measure. We're not doing it now, and under threat of federal prosecution, and I say so be it. Anyways, have a great rest of your week. I'll talk to you in a couple minutes. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And excuse me, the next speaker is John Bishop, to be followed by Sulith Lucero, please.
Okay, it doesn't look like.
Okay,
it's
and
going
why don't we
through.
go to Sulith Lucero, please. Sulith.
I think same thing. It's gone to voicemail.
Okay. And those are the last of the speakers. And so why don't we proceed, Madam City Clerk, on the agenda to item F. Again, we're on page 2 of the agenda, and we'll go to item F, the report of the city manager. And under that report, it's the subject is COVID-19 update from the Director of Emergency Services. The recommendation is that the City Council receive and file an update from the Director of Emergency Services on COVID-19 local emergency. Mr. City Manager.
Mayor, City Manager will be right back in. He just stepped out of the room for one moment. So if we, or I can see how far I can get in this if I have the pointer.
Okay.
So starting out, the screen that's up before you currently is the application support that we're going to offer for the program that we raised last week on the farm worker household assistance. The county released the program details at the last meeting, and similar to the last time the county did their program, we'll be offering support through the housing department. So anyone that needs assistance with filling out those applications can contact Eva directly, and she will be able to assist them in that program.
Thank you, Ms. Golden. That was my stunt double. I'm back in the chair. Next, as a reminder, we've already addressed this a little bit during the ceremonial item, but the census, a couple more weeks. So please, everyone, we encourage everyone to, if you haven't been able to do it or if you haven't had the time, please make the time. It doesn't take too long. You can do it probably between 10 and 20 minutes most. It's really, really, really important because this is the federal funding that will come to our community throughout the next decade. And I also want to say that it is also very safe. Leading up to the census this year, there was a lot of back and forth about whether it would be safe to fill out the census. And I just want to assure people that it is safe. So please, 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 if you haven't done it, wherever you live in Oxnard, please fill out the census form. All right, there's also a quick announcement we have here, which is we have to begin to formulate our climate action plan. And one of the first things we're going to do is to invite our community, we're especially looking towards the youth, to create a logo for us. So this is something we're working on over the next 18 to 24 months. Bottom line is we are looking for a logo. So we have a climate action plan logo challenge. So there's a deadline, which is mid-October, October 16th. And if you visit oxnard.org/climate-action-plan, you can see the rules, requirements, and the way to submit your proposed logo there. So we look forward to some creative logos being submitted from our community members. This is just informational. Our INCO, Inter-Neighborhood Council Organization, they are doing what I believe they always do, is have their various forums each election cycle. So we have 2 slides here. So Wednesday, September 23 at 6 p.m., they are going to be hearing about the ballot measures. And then Thursday, September 24th, also at 6 p.m., they will be hearing from the candidates for mayor and for the county supervisor seat. The week after that, September 30, they will be hearing from candidates running for districts 3, 4, and 6. That, for some reason, well, I think is because of the number of people, is beginning at 5:30 p.m. And then on Thursday, October 1st, it will be the city clerk office as well as the city treasurer's office. So public service announcements there. Again, this is being managed and organized and put on by the Inter-Neighborhood Council organizations. At our last council meeting, we had a series of public speakers call in and seeking help basically about the issue of rising rents here in Oxnard. And because it was during public comment, obviously there was no action that could be taken. I did have a request to come back here tonight during this section of the agenda and just give a brief overview, as well as there was a request to bring a staff report towards in the future to the Housing and Economic Development Committee, which we will do. But let me just go over a few things in terms of how we on staff are beginning to look at this issue so we can figure out the best way to approach it. So currently, there is rent control throughout the state of California. It was established recently, went into effect actually at the beginning of this year before the pandemic hit. That, of course, was AB 1482. So we already have statewide rent control, and it applies for buildings 15 years or older, and it limits rent increases to no more than 5% annually, plus the local rate of inflation, with a max, I believe, of 10% a year. Now, there are exemptions for condos and single-family homes, unless they're owned by a corporation or real estate trust, as well as a duplex where the owner is living in one of the units. Now, it doesn't override any existing rent control, which isn't the case here in Oxnard. So that is the operating rent control we have for now. And under the state rent control, for example, this current year, the rent allowable increase would be 8%. The state bill also requires landlords to show just cause when terminating a lease. So that's what's existing. Now, what's coming on the ballot under Prop 21 is an additional measure that could impact rent control, and it could in part allow cities to impose rent control on single-family houses or condos. So we'll have to wait to see the outcome of the election for that. In terms of examining this, what are the other impacts on rent? So we know it also has to do with having just a housing stock. Whether it's market rate and or affordable housing. This is why we have a housing crisis in California, and it's been declared as such by the governor, who is imposing that all cities really bear down and create more housing over the next decade. There's also an issue of wages. When we look at the rental costs here in Oxnard as compared to our neighbors in the county, it's pretty similar. So one of the issues, not the issue, there are many issues here. One of the issues is the fact that many of our residents just don't earn enough wages to compete safely in the rental market. Another aspect we have to review is how do we preserve affordable housing stock that already exists in addition to adding new affordable housing stock. And then finally, in terms of other impacts, we have to look at figuring out how to get more support for tenants via legal aid, as well as landlords' rights. But in this instance, we're really looking at how to provide proper needed support to tenants. So what we will be doing is working through these various perspectives. We will bring a report to the Housing and Economic Development Committee as soon as we can. Now, I do have some late breaking news, which is late last week, we were informed, this is as good of surprise as you can get, that we are going to receive an additional $1.5 million from the Federal CARES Act 3, and it'll come to us in the form of added CDBG funding. So we have to come back to council with recommendations on and get policy direction on how to invest these funds. And we are certainly going to look at, with this amount of money, it makes sense for us. And this would be in addition to what the county has been doing with the CARES Act funding so far, in terms of them providing grants to businesses as well as residents to help pay for rent. With this amount of money, I believe we can do a a similar program specifically for Oxnard residents. So we will be bringing that proposal to you as soon as we can. But that's really good news. And I think that's the end of my slides. There's one thing more I need to say, though, with regard to the rent issue and the tenant needing help issue is many of the speakers that called in last week that we heard from, many of them identified as farm workers, and some, or if not many, talked about renting rooms in homes. And we know for a fact that there's essentially an underground landlord-tenant economy that obviously throughout the years works fine. So it's the need and the desire to help protect the people in those situations is a real challenge for us in terms of any sort of new legislation, if that has the ability or not to reach into that segment. So that is it's something that we are brainstorming about. We are doing research. We are talking to other jurisdictions. We are talking to a variety of legal aid organizations that have a lot of experience throughout California. And we will do our best to come up with something that is going to have to be creative and innovative to achieve the goals that we all want without causing any further harm to either tenant or landlord. So that's my update this week. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. And now, excuse me, we'll go to City Council business. So let's go ahead and just start with Council.
Mayor, I had a question. My hand was up on that dial.
Oh, okay. I didn't see that. Okay, go ahead.
I have a question to the city manager. With respect to this late breaking news, can you give us some parameters? Just what is this CARES Act 3? What can it and can't be used for?
Well, it's CDBG funding, so it's those parameters. But we will be bringing this to you with recommendations as soon as we can to the full council.
Is there anything that you can help us with at this time to tell us what it cannot be used for?
Yes. So I'm going to have our housing director address that very quickly.
Because I think if the public finds out what it cannot be used for, it'll be very helpful.
The funds have to be used in a way that is eligible for CDBG, therefore low income direct assistance and responsive to COVID. So it has to be both of those things at the same time.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you very much. I did have a question for Mr. Nguyen, and that's about, so I know that people are very concerned about not getting evicted because they haven't been able to pay rent, and now there is a reprieve, but it still seems that there's not enough support for landlords. Now, I spent a career representing tenants from bad landlords, and we do have a lot of great landlords here who've really been very patient. They're not the big corporate landlords. They're, mom and pop might have one or two smaller properties, but I'm hoping that we also think about what they need to hang on to their property. They need to hang on to the property. They need to pay their mortgage. So I'm hoping that could be in there too. But that's my comment to what Mr. Nguyen said. But are we at council comments now, Mayor? Nope.
Yes, yes, we'll go right into council comments.
So I'll continue briefly. I'm a little concerned about people wanting to speak at public comment. And I know we're trying a new system, but I'd like to ask those who sent in a request to speak to let us know, maybe by letting our city clerk know if they had problems or they just weren't able to answer the phone, just so we could get some feedback. This is a new system for us. It works very well elsewhere, but this is the first day we're using it. We are having a few glitches. I want to acknowledge that tomorrow is the day we traditionally celebrate El Grito, the moment when Mexico declared independence or tried to get independence. And we're not able to do that. We're not able to have our wonderful parade it was such a great event, and I'm hoping that we can do that again next year. I am concerned about, I'm going to ask our city clerk at the end about where people can vote and turn their ballots in, because people are going to be voting by majority to by absentee. And there is some confusion about how to do it and whether or not you can vote in person. I know you can in certain places, and I hope we get some information out there briefly. I've been contacted. I represent District 2, which includes Carriage Square, which is where the Vagabond is. And I know one of the speakers is somebody that I had a quick conversation with by email who was concerned about it. And I wanted to ask that we make sure that the community does have significant input and understands what the parameters are. And I understand from a note that Mr. Ramirez sent out that it will go before the Planning Commission. However, we all need to stay tuned, because the funding is something that is not coming from the city, which is, we're pretty spare in terms of extra money, as we've been talking about. And this money comes from state grants and perhaps federal and some county funding. So we need to, I think, take advantage of the opportunity to get people off the streets when we can in a good program. And then finally, the long haul for climate change. We are in it now. You didn't know we were in a climate change scenario where people's actual ability to breathe clean air is impacting everybody, particularly in the north, but also here, even in Oxnard. I'm really thinking it's a red alert, it's an alarm. So we need to do what we can. The city's been doing a good job of addressing a number of things that are affecting climate change. I'm looking forward to the climate action plan and what we can all do to lower the pollution, lower greenhouse gases, get modern, and have a healthier environment for humans as well as the rest of life on Earth. So just finally, I hope that our city clerk can give some information about voting and how to do it in the city of Oxnard.
Yes, thank you. So I'm looking at the county's website right now. They have 2 lists that are posted. They have a list that shows the in-person voting locations. I believe there are 47 throughout the county, and you can actually visit any of the locations anywhere within the county. It doesn't have to just be in Oxnard. So if you live, for example, in the southeast portion of Oxnard and the Port Hueneme Community Center on Park Avenue is closest to you, you're welcome to go there, and you're able to get your ballot printed there. The voting locations are going to be open for 4 days. On election day, Tuesday, November the 3rd, as well as the 3 days prior. So beginning on Halloween, October the 31st. It'll be open from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. for those first 3 days, and on election day from 7 a.m. to 8 o'clock p.m. And as you mentioned, everyone's going to be receiving a mail ballot. All registered voters will be receiving a mail ballot in early October. And those can also be dropped off at any of the voting centers, as well as the various ballot drop-off locations throughout the county. I don't have a number on those, but again, you can drop them off anywhere within the county. Here in Oxnard, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, including the one in front of the public library on A Street. That is the permanent 24/7 ballot drop box, and then we've got a few others that have limited time, limited hours. And I think that's it. Does that answer your question, or did you want me to also name the in-person voting locations?
No, I hope that we can post it and share it on social media and on the city's website. I think we can do that. And I know there were initial concerns about lack of a polling place in South Oxnard, but I understand Councilwoman Lopez has, with her advocacy, has convinced the county to put one in South Oxnard, which definitely needs that access. Thank you, Councilwoman Lopez. Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you very much. And why don't we go to Councilmember Lopez, please?
Great, thank you, and thank you for that segue, Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez. Definitely, that was a concern that was heard that I heard from many residents. So I'm glad that our county elections office has heard me and others as well, who were concerned about this, and glad to see that the updated list does include the Hueneme High School gym as one of the in-person voting locations specifically for our residents in South Oxnard. So I'm glad to see that. I do want to take an opportunity to also thank our entire recreation staff and the department. We saw some of them in the update earlier, the report from the senior services. And I saw some of them yesterday at a food distribution that was in partnership with the United Farm Worker Foundation, who came out to Hueneme High School as well. And we were able to help serve over 300 families. So I'm very, very grateful for our city staff who is out there every day serving our residents, and glad to have seen the success of the event yesterday that I hope will happen much more often. So following with the update on the COVID-19 impacts, one of the areas that I think we've talked about is the support of our business community, our small business owners, specifically our restaurants, who have been affected by the closure of in-person dining and indoor dining. And so I had looked up some information and would like to request from our city manager, city attorney, as part of our next meeting, the next council meeting, for the rest of our council to consider, as part of the local emergency order, for us to consider a temporary ordinance to place a cap on commission fees that are charged by third-party delivery services. And I think this would be something that would help our local restaurants, small business restaurants, to hold on to some of those profits, and especially during this time that is very challenging for so many. So if it's possible to request that as part of the next council meeting, and addition to the local emergency order update. And lastly, I do want to celebrate virtually, congratulations and happy Mexican Independence Day happening tomorrow, but also today is the beginning of Hispanic Heritage Month. So there's a lot for our community and our culture here to celebrate, and want to just express my gratitude to our entire Hispanic and Latino community here in Oxnard. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilman Perillo.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the comments. First off, I would like to thank a city employee, Chantel, works in human resources. This councilman had an accident, and Miss Chantel went out of her way, above and beyond, way out of her way, to assist me in straightening up a problem that I had created. Chantel, thank you very much. You're a credit to the city, you're a credit to your family, and everything you did, other people would walk by and do nothing. I want to thank you personally, Chantel. Thank you. I would also like to address the issue. People have talked about climate change. Whether you believe in the science or not, something has definitely changed. I've lived in this area since 1958, and there's definite climate change. I'll be short and sweet tonight. I did think that I would hear something about the anniversary of September 11th, but I haven't as of yet. And I did have an opportunity to go to the fire station on Vineyard Avenue in Oxnard. I believe it's Fire Station 6. There were members of the police department, a couple of police department cars, and members of the fire department, and some members of the public, maybe a dozen. I was dumbfounded for as long as it went and the moments of silence that happened, and grateful that I took the time to go. But I was dumbfounded with the vast volume of traffic. Anyone knows the north end of town knows that that intersection is tremendously impacted with traffic. The entire time I was there, one car honked a horn in support. How quickly we forget, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councilman McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just make general comments. I too was able to attend the 9/11 ceremony at Station 1 over on K Street. Very moving, very somber. It still brings tears to my eyes. So I was glad to be able to participate. And we're in a new normal. And although it appears that we may not be doing a lot, I know my peers are probably just as busy as I am, doing everything virtually. And I've been, I don't know how many meetings virtually. I'm actually getting pretty good at the Zoom stuff, which is a little bit of an interesting thing for me because I'm challenged by technology sometimes. But just so that people know, we are all still attending all the ancillary duties that we have. I still attend Losan meetings, Gold Coast meetings, Ventura County Transportation Commission meetings. I'm sorry, my wife is practicing her music in the background. So I'll end my comments there so you don't have to listen to the Japanese music. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. And now we'll go to Councilwoman Basua, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilman McDonald, we don't mind listening to Japanese music, so by all means. I want to go ahead and thank city staff. Over the weekend, Friends of Ormond Beach, along with the Surfrider Foundation, held a cleanup out at Ormond Beach. And the city of Oxnard donated, well, not donated, but picked up the trash in collaboration with the city of Port Hueneme. So kudos to the city of Oxnard for doing that. The cleanup is going to apparently happen every weekend in September. So if anybody in the public is interested in helping out, please go to the Surfrider Foundation website and sign up. They are doing a coordinated event. So in order to limit, the social distancing. So if you are interested, please sign up. And that's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilman Madrigal.
Thank you. I also had the opportunity to attend the September 11th memorial outside of Fire Station 5 here on Camino del Sol and Colonia Road. One last thing, I just got this email about 2 hours ago, but the county will provide free COVID-19 testing on 2 consecutive Tuesdays, next Tuesday, September 22nd, and the following Tuesday, September 29th, from noon to 5 o'clock at Our Lady of Guadalupe here in the city of Oxnard. There, it's walking only, no drive up, and they'll provide testing. Please look for the tents and the canopies. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I'll just make a couple quick comments about the update on Fisherman's Wharf, which I get a lot of questions and a lot of emails. What is happening with Fisherman's Wharf? So as many members of the public might know, the California State Coastal Commission several months ago turned down a request by the County of Ventura to override the city's decision to reject 400 condominium units. And where it stands now is the county is sponsoring a resident-led committee that is a visioning committee for all of Channel Islands Harbor. And it will be their job to eventually make recommendations and see whether development proposals that have been made in the past or are being contemplated for the future will be consistent with this visioning committee. What's perhaps equally as important is I've had a lot of emails and a lot of comments from residents, and I know this will resonate with many of my colleagues on the council that have, from South Oxnard, that have asked about South Oxnard and what plans are there to revitalize and rebuild in South Oxnard. And this has been a consistent question that has been, the council members have been fielding these questions. And I want to say that I've been working myself with Council Member Lopez on a city manager idea of building a Zocalo in South Oxnard, but there are many other ideas for the revitalization of South Oxnard. I might add that Fisherman's Wharf and the revitalization of Fisherman's Wharf is meant to be an amenity for everyone, not just in Oxnard, but throughout Ventura County. But I've been working with the city manager. I would like to get this before the Housing and Economic Development Committee in the next month or two. And once it goes to the committee, an update on this, maybe the city manager, we can bring this to the city council, because again, a lot of people do have concerns about the future of South Oxnard and what economic development efforts are we undertaking to make it a better place to live. So thank you very much.
Mayor, I have a question.
Yes, Councilman Prell.
I believe, I could be wrong, but I believe you mentioned condos. I believe that project was for apartments at Fisherman's Wharf, and it's proposed. It's not condos, it's for apartments.
And I think they were not for sale units. So I think from that, in that concept, it could be considered apartments.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, now that ends the council member comments, and I would like now to go to the information consent agenda and ask if council members of any kind have issues that they'd like to pull from the agenda. I have two hands raised, and the very first hand I'll defer always to Mayor Pro Tem. Mayor Pro Tem, do you have any items that you like pulled for discussion?
No, thank you.
Okay. Councilman Perello, do you have any items that you'd like pulled for discussion?
Number 2 and number 4, I'd like to make a comment.
Okay, number 2, Council. Well, let me just put it this way. I don't have any further other hands raised, so I presume that's it. Okay, Councilman Perello, item 2, please.
Okay, thank you. I have received a phone call from a resident, Mr. Stein, who's very concerned about the amount of the item number 2 having to do with lawyers and the costs of lawyers. But the issue that some people don't seem to understand is exactly what's involved in having this legal firm involved when we don't have the depth of this expertise in our legal department. This legal firm is working with the city of Oxnard in efforts on the wastewater pretreatment program. An update on Fox Canyon GMA, which we are in potential litigation going forward. The Groundwater Sustainability Act, which there's a tremendous risk for the city of Oxnard to potentially lose 40% of the ability to pump water out of the ground for our residents to drink. The water allocation ordinance for the remainder of fiscal year 2019-29. And there are ongoing other critical matters with respect to water supply and environmental health. So although this is a large number, these firms and this type of work is needed. A recent closed session item showed when you don't have things don't work the way that you should, or things slip through the cracks, can be very expensive. I believe that this is something that the city needs to do, and I'm grateful that we have the expertise and the ability to go out and get this kind of services for us. That's all I have on 2.
Thank you very much. And Councilman Perello, item 4, please.
Okay, and item 4, I'd just like to bring to the public's attention. This project came in and it was brought to the Public Works Committee. So I serve on the Public Works as the chair. The project was completed under budget. A credit to our staff and a credit to something called good luck. But the amount of money that the city of Oxnard budgets to power our wastewater facility directly out of the staff report, page 54. If anybody wants to take the time to read these staff reports, the energy budget for the plant is approximately $1 million per year. The average cost of the rebuild of the 3 engines turns out to just under $400,000 a year. The life expectancy of these engines is quite some time into the future. This is the type of thing that we benefit from, having a smart staff and the ability to take advantage of the intelligence that works for the city of Oxnard, and having the funds with the wastewater rates that had been put into place. Because the Southern California Edison would supply us with the natural gas and we could burn it and use that to power our thing. But we also generate gas from our own sewage called a cogeneration. And these are things that smart operations often fly under the radar and the public doesn't know anything about it, but they complain about a lot of things. So I just wanted to take the time, thank my wastewater treatment staff, the capital improvement projects, and the maintenance people that operate in the past and present that operate in that wastewater department, and the finance department in my city of Oxnard, and the management of the city, and my fellow council members. Thank you.
And before we go to public comment on the information consent agenda, I'd just like to thank Councilman Perillo and Chairman of the Public Works Committee for that update on this item 4, this cogeneration engine refurbishment project, and to let the council know and members of the public know that eventually an update on all 3 utilities. So let's go over that: water, wastewater, or otherwise sewer, and trash, which we call environmental resources. An update on all 3 of those entities is scheduled to go to the Public Works Committee soon, and then it will go to the full council. And I think that there are many goals and objectives that have been established for those 3 utilities, and it's high time that we give the public a report on their investment, in particular with the wastewater, or otherwise known as the sewer, rate increase. What has that increase, and this partially addresses that, what has that increase done to improve the health and safety of the residents of the city of Oxnard? And so I'm looking forward to that report, Mr. Chair of the Public Works Committee, Councilman Perillo, coming to the Public Works Committee, and I'm looking for that full report, Mr. City Manager, coming to the full City Council. So I do have 2 members of the public that have requested to speak under the information consent agenda. The very first member of the public is Pat Brown, to be followed by James Aragon, please.
Hi, Pat.
Yes.
Hi, Pat. 3 minutes on info consent. Please begin.
Yes. Yes. I'm as interested as everybody else is in these costs. And I'm wondering if there's another way to get around it. Some new development in a new process, new equipment, new way of doing it, whatever. Is there anything that we can do to defray some of the cost problem? So that really does bother me. It really does, because I can see this just getting totally out of hand. So I'd like to know what it is that they're doing that's going to cost money, what we're going to have to go through, what we can change, what we can hold off on, what can we do to maybe we just need to get new equipment to begin with instead of paying more to repair old. Maybe we need a new process. I don't know of what they go through, of the processing of the waste. But I think something needs to be done. And also, is there any way that we can use that waste to make energy in some way or other? Is that possible? If it is, why then we could make some money off of that and then use that to cover our costs of our processing of the waste. So that's a concern that I have, and I'm interested in hearing what anybody has to say in the future, and I want to make sure that I can listen in on all those meetings if at all possible. If they will put it in the neighborhood packet, then I will have an idea as to where the meetings are, when, and can I either sit in on them or watch them on TV, or do it like we're doing the meeting tonight, or what? I would really like to know. Thank you. Tonight, or what? I would.
Sorry about that. Thank you very much. And the next speaker is James Aragon, please.
Hi, James. 3 minutes on info.
Hello.
Content. Begin now.
I was a little surprised. I guess I was like 2 minutes behind on the live feed here. So J2, I just have it's actually just a question, but just a little background. I'm not coming out of left field at this. I was interested in the increase over the last year or so, and the costing, the funding needed for the outside counsel. Although I'm not surprised. I spent 6 years auditing attorney firms for a bank, and this is the second contract I've read that the city has, and this is the second instance where I thought there were some weaknesses as far as protecting the city. I'm just curious as to whether or not there are any controls in place regarding the billing hours for the attorney firm. This is again get back to trust but verify. Attorney firms do make mistakes, do make errors, and maybe can have been known to pad bill hours. So I was curious as whether or not any audits are conducted, any controls in place to make sure maybe they're not sending 4 attorneys to one regular meeting, et cetera, if not necessary. So that's all. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And that concludes the public comment on the information consent agenda. What's the pleasure of the council?
Move the recommended action.
Okay, Madam City Clerk.
I would.
By Mayor Pro
I will
Tem.
second. I will second that.
And we have a second by Councilman Perillo. The vote, please.
But I would like to make a comment, please.
Yes, Councilman Perillo.
There was a comment from 2 of the speakers, Ms. Brown and Mr. Aragon. Ms. Brown, I'm sure is well aware of the committee meetings where this goes because I sit on 2 committees and I know that she's made calls. So, I mean, the implication was, at least I took it, that we're not making the public aware of when these committee meetings or the agendas do take place. That is public information and it is shared. And if I'm wrong, I will stand corrected. But I know Pat has called in on some of these meetings. The other individual with respect to the billable hours on the attorneys, we trust that the city attorney's office and the finance department does take care of that. If you have a suggestion, I suggest you share it with the city attorney or the finance department. Thank you.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I can chime in on that as well. So invoices from the law firms are reviewed by the city attorney's office and the department for whom the work is done. And in this particular case, the attorneys that are providing services to the city are attending meetings with staff, sometimes meetings outside of the city, so that the staff is well aware of how the attorneys are staffing the meetings. And I also wanted to point out that the council was given a memorandum of correction just showing a change to the wording on the Third Amendment that's for your consideration tonight that does not change the total dollar amounts and the not to exceed amount, but does just change the wording of how that amendment is being made.
Thank you very much. Madam City Clerk, once again, we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem and a second by Councilman Perillo. The vote, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez.
Aye.
Councilmember Perillo.
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua.
Aye.
Councilmember Madrigal.
Aye.
Mayor Flynn.
Aye.
Councilman McDonald.
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez.
Yes.
The motion carries 7-0.
Very well. Okay. And now we'll go to the last page of the agenda and the majority of the week that we have, or the majority of the report on the bulk of the council agenda this evening under item K. And under item K, under reports, the very first item is Community Development Department, subject Cannabis Equity Program and Cannabis Cultivation. The recommendation is that the City Council, number 1, provide input and comments on the Oxnard Cannabis Equity Program with consideration on how to allocate the 1% local equity donation, including programs and recommended percentages. And number two, provide input on advancing a cannabis cultivation ordinance. And this did come to the Housing and Economic Development Committee, and I believe it was a 3-0 vote, if I'm not mistaken. And we're going to go ahead and have, I don't know if we're starting with Kathleen Mallory or Jeff Pingali.
It's actually going to be the city manager, Mr. Mayor. So let me give a quick introduction, and then I will hand it off to Ms. Mallory. So I just, this has been a long, it's like a long winding road, but it's been a long iterative process in terms of how we got here tonight with various public meetings, whether they were formal council meetings or committee meetings or community outreach meetings, but there have been various public meetings. Throughout the time, we've heard many, many different ideas, many, many different perspectives, and also many different interests from in terms of the different ways of viewing this, understanding this, and trying to formulate a path forward. And all of these have differences have come from staff, from council members, as well as community members and cannabis business operators. A couple of things I just want to remind us all of, because I think as we get into the weeds of this, sometimes we lose the forest for the trees. So cannabis, as you all recall, has been hailed the next California gold rush. And there's a lot of good potential in there, and there's a lot of tough negotiations with this. So let's make no mistake about this. It is an extremely lucrative and newly legalized industry. Cannabis is about serious money. Bottom line, this is what we as a jurisdiction are beginning to get on board with, and we're going to get this experience, which some other cities in California already have, but many are where we are, and that they're gearing up their policies and ordinances to go forward. So just to make the point, this is our former, one of our former senators who was actually the Speaker of the House, John Boehner. And I didn't choose that photo came with the story. But after many, many years of opposing cannabis legalization, he's a cannabis man now. And according to this article, clearly states that he stands to make millions from pitching in cannabis across the country. But to be fair, and to go across the aisle, so is this guy, ex-Senate Majority Leader Daschle, also a cannabis man, also stands to make millions of dollars. Again, this is big business. So with that, I want to say one final thing, and then I'm going to hand it over to Ms. Mallory, which is the people who want the permits here in Oxnard, just as they are, I'm certain, like all of the cannabis businesses, seeking any permits available anywhere in California or in other states, are really going to do everything they can to get a permit. In the process leading up to this, I had plenty of people in the business who were very friendly to me and wanting to know the progress of our policy debates and discussions. And then during the initial application process, when a few folks initially didn't get their applications in on time, suddenly friendliness turned into some quite ugly communications that I received. So clearly people were ready to go litigious on us just to get their applications in. Now, in talking to our consultants, I've learned that of the last 10 jurisdictions who have been new to this game, their applications, anyone who didn't get in appealed. And 4 of those appeals actually turned into lawsuits. And the point I want to make with all of this is just to remind us here in Oxnard that this is big business. People will spend a lot of money to do what they need and what they can to lobby, to be friendly, to make promises to nonprofits, anything and everything they can, because frankly, it's like winning the lottery. Now, this is the legal state in California, and we are more than fine with this, and we are going to do this policy as the council has directed us over the years. We've been on a go slow approach, but we're coming to the end here, and we're almost done. So tonight, we're going to present, there is a lot of information, but we want to take the time. We'll get through, Ms. Mallory will get to the information as efficiently as possible. Then we really, really need the council tonight to take the time to have the discussion amongst yourselves so that you can provide us with clear direction. We have essentially 4 final points in our cannabis policy to ask direction on, so that we can then bring it back to the next council meeting for an actual vote. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Ms. Mallory. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. So I'm going to go ahead and just try to go through and summarize what we have before us here. On September 8th, we presented to the committee a draft local equity plan, which did not reserve local permits for local residents. It did increase the one-time payment for retail testing as well as cultivation, and it also increased the local hire requirement. It also provided a recommendation for use of the one-time gross revenue donations to be allocated to the homeless programs and for homeless funding. Our July 2019 Cannabis Local Equity Program was developed by looking at what other communities had done, such as Long Beach, Oakland, San Francisco, LA. And really, those were not local equity programs. Those were social equity programs. These communities developed that program to right the wrongs from prior convictions, the wording that we've heard before, the war on drugs, the historic incarceration of certain percentages and different ethnic groups. Our program never looked at incarceration. It never looked at race. It never looked at drug violations. Those are all classic elements of a social equity program. Our program was instead a local equity program. Its proposal that we gave to council was a combination of social, which we provided information to council what the social program was, and then it turned and focused on local equity with input from the community, with input from the industry, with input through community engagement on surveys. The input we received pushed for increasing the number of local jobs, as well as developing apprenticeship programs, as well as training programs, and securing opportunities for good jobs with good wages, with good benefits. The city's proposal never considered race. It was gender blind. It afforded opportunities for well-paying jobs and for training, and for programs to address overall community need. When we presented our local equity proposal to committee on September 8th, and the community and committee recommended a different approach to deal with local equity. In that input, we were heard, retain 2 local permits for local residents. Local retail applicants should reside within the city of Oxnard. Youth and senior uses should be considered with the 1% donation, and which is anticipated to be about $373,000 per year. The local equity program should be developed as soon as possible to keep the local opportunities moving. The city should also consider more than 8 retail permits and consider creative options for local residents or applicants to have flexibility on when they make that one-time payment, which is proposed to be $250,000. In response to committee and community input, we revised the program. We revised it to hear what we heard from committee and the community. Our revised program is here this evening. We're recommending that council grant the council grant 10 retail cannabis permits, of which 2 would be reserved for local applicants. These applicants the local applicants would receive flexibility in timing as to when to pay that $250,000 one-time payment. There is no change proposed to the local hire requirement. Unanimously, the community and the committee were supportive of that. There is also no proposal to change the anticipated $2.2 million one-time donation funds, which I'll talk about later in this report, explaining in this presentation why we picked that use of those funds to go towards the creation of the property-based improvement district, as well as for improvements to the multi-service building. Also, there is no plan to change the 1% revenue to be anticipated to be $373,000. That's still intended to be used to fund homeless services and programs, and we would then reevaluate that after 5 years. For all cannabis operators, it's important to note that a community benefits agreement still would be required. That still would be the opportunity for applicants to donate voluntarily to different programs, to provide monetary and nonprofit funds, as well as time to service organizations. There is nothing that will hold back those retail cannabis operators from making those contributions outside of the equity program as required by the community benefits agreement. So as we go forward tonight to talk about local equity, not social equity, we really need direction on some very key important few questions. And that's what I have before you here. These questions are somewhat self-explanatory here. First, what does it mean to be a local resident? As it will lay out, it's difficult to, there are different ways you can look at residency, Ventura County or within the city proper. The other question is, council supportive of 10 retail cannabis permits this round, of which 8 would be retail permits, and then 2 additional would be for local equity applicants. Should the one-time funds, which we and are proposing for retail to be $250,000, should we allow flexibility just for the local equity applicants? Number 4, does the council support use of that one-time fund amount, which we're envisioning $2.2 million, to go to creation of the PBID program, as well as improvements to the much dilapidated multi-service building? And then finally, how should the 1% donation of operators' annual gross revenue and receipts be allocated, which is again envisioned to be about $337,000 per year? All right, so for context, what I wanted to talk about was, I want to make sure I've got, I'm just kind of skipping around here. Okay. I want to cover, when you talk about local equity, what, for context, potential local equity permits that could be granted would vary depending upon how you define local. For example, local meaning residing within the city of Oxnard or residing within the county of Ventura. As this table shows, based upon the current retail applicant pool, the number of qualifying applicants changes based upon the percentage of ownership and where they currently reside. The percentages on this slide are based upon an aggregate of percentage ownership. That's an important component. So it's the aggregate of ownership. So as shown here, if we consider Oxnard, the city of Oxnard, living within our current city limits, if we consider a local as more than 50% with our current applicant pool, only 4 applicants would qualify as local applicants. The rest of the slide is fairly explanatory. We took it down to the different percentages, although we don't recommend that, and the next slides will walk you through why we're recommending what we are. This is the questions that we asked just a moment ago. And this is our proposal. What I want to cover is asking the questions about what local means to the city. as we mentioned, 2 retail applicants are recommended to be held for local equity applicants. If staff, residency in the city of Oxnard in our recommendation should be based upon city limits, and that would be as of February 2020. That's based upon when the city initially opened the retail cannabis application window. So our recommendation is city limits as of February 2020. Residency also should be defined as living within a residential area of the city. A business address should not be considered residency, and someone who lives in or lists a business as their residency should not be considered a local equity applicant. Local ownership should be defined as greater than 50% of the owners residing within the city limits. And it's important to note again, we would recommend the 50% be based upon the aggregate percentage, provided all owners making up that 50% live within the city of Oxnard. And as I mentioned, based upon this criteria, only 4 of our current retail pool would meet the local equity requirements or definition. So in terms of
Mayor, I have a question, Mayor. Before we fast forward through all these slides, I mean, this has been identified by the city manager as a very important issue. I unfortunately, and possibly fortunately, don't sit on this committee. But the previous slide had questions, and I've put in my indication, my hand is up with the slide.
Okay.
I get any recognition. Mayor, I want an answer before we move on and people forget the questions. When we're talking about equity and we're talking about equity ownership, let's get some plain English. In plain English, what are we talking about? The people got to put up money or somebody else backs them? When we're talking about local, what the hell are we talking about? I mean, when I say local, I mean.
Councilman Frello, just for a second here. Here's our challenge here this evening. We have a Measure O item, or Measure E, which is item number 3. And I think in all due respect for transparency and for the schedule, it's not that you won't be able to ask questions. It's when people are asking questions throughout the whole process, it's very hard to keep track of that amount of time. We have a number of public speakers on all of these items. And I'm afraid that we're not going to be able to get to the most important item of the evening, which is, or one of the most important items of the evening, which is item number 3. So what I would do is I would note down your questions. We're going to have to prioritize that. I will call on you, and I'll call on all members of the council, but we will not make the time. This is a really ambitious agenda. Right now, we're scheduled to finish at 11:45, midnight. And so if you could write down that question, I would appreciate it. And because even the question you've asked, that could be a 20-minute explanation. It's a good question, but it's a powerful question. But I would really ask that you write that down and let us get to the whole presentation and move through this methodically.
I can do that, Mayor, but I think this is the wrong way to conduct business for a city of almost 250,000 people. And it's simple, a yes or a no question. If my staff can't answer it in yes or no, we got a real problem with staff and a leadership of this council.
I understand that, but let Ms. Mallory finish, and we're going to get around to every council member and every question. Ms. Mallory, if you can continue, please.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. In terms of the allocation of the one-time funds, which we anticipate to be $2.2 million, we're proposing that monies be used to create the property-based improvement district and to fund repairs and renovations to the multi-service building. The PBID project, as we call it, was selected because this program will lead to investment strategies to improve a disadvantaged area of the city, Saviors Road between Elm and Yucca Streets. The multi-service building serves many different segments of our community, from food distribution to art classes to the library to tutoring and after-school programs for children, as well as the library that serves all sorts of segments of the community. Renovation of this dilapidated building truly touches many needs of our community. During the committee meeting, the community expressed concern and interest in improving and providing funding for youth services. This investment in this building would help jumpstart this. In terms of moving forward, we're asking for council to also provide direction on cannabis cultivation. Back in October of 2018, we considered all sorts of different types of cannabis uses, and we decided to wait on the cultivation to get our feet wet with the different ordinances. We're recommending that we move forward to authorize staff to prepare a cannabis cultivation ordinance. With consideration to environmental and security issues, staff is recommending that we consider an indoor cultivation ordinance to take into consideration compatibility and environmental goals. We envision that 2 cultivation establishments could generate between $224,000 and $320,000 annually. Cultivation is currently being considered in the county, and the closest cultivator is within Santa Barbara. This is a map that council has seen before, and it just identifies cannabis on the northeasterly portions of the city within a few specific planning areas, as well as down South Wainimi Road within an industrial area. And we know that some of these areas are currently under development, are in open fields, and some of the ordinances would result in the need to amend the specific plans for these areas. With consideration to the local equity plan and program, our recommendations this evening are to establish local equity based upon more than 50% residency in the city of Oxnard, with consideration to aggregate local ownership, meaning you could have 5 owners that all live within Oxnard that have a combined aggregate percentage of 50% or more. They would be considered a local equity applicant. Second, increase the number of retail permits to 8 and retain 2 for local equity applicants. 3, allow for flexibility in the payment of the one-time fee for local equity applicants only. The council support the use of the one-time funds, which is envisioned to be $2.2 million for the creation of PBID and the multi-service building repairs. 5, provide input on allocating the 1% to homeless services, which is envisioned to be approximately $373,000. And finally, provide direction on advancing an ordinance to regulate and permit indoor cultivation for cannabis. With council's direction on this local equity program, staff will return with details, which will implement council feedback this evening, and we're envisioning that will occur on October 6th. With that, I'll turn this presentation over to Mr. Nguyen to close it up.
Thank you, Ms. Mallory. So I want to do a quick summary here, and then well, let me do that, and then I can propose how we proceed, Mr. Mayor. So the rationale for the community benefits recommendations. This is what I was thinking. Based on, and I know there are many, many ways to do this, of course, so it is the council's policy choices, which is why we need the clear direction. But we have our recommendations because with regard to renovating the multi-service center at 1500 Camino del Sol, that does have direct tangible results, and that investment will also have a future multiplier effect. We know what it will provide. I have visited there, as I know all of you have, and I see the wonderful programming that occurs there for many segments of our community, many families that have the highest and the most need. But we've all been there in that building. When you're in there, you know, it feels like a 1970s county jail. It's just not, it's just extremely outdated, but that would be an investment where we know it's tangible, we get the outcome, and it'll have lasting impact for years, if not generations to come. So that's the rationale for that. In terms of the annual fee, again, different ways to do it. We suggest investing it, at least for the initial 5-year period, into helping combat our homeless crisis, because again, that is a social problem that impacts everyone across the city. And again, we could have tangible impact there with investing those funds. Now, if as others have stated interest in, including some council members, if you want it to go and to be spread across to nonprofits, that is also easy to do. I only ask that you don't have the city administer those funds so that, you know, we can be I just want to be void of controversy, lobbying, and also delay. So if you want to go the route of having the funds spread across various nonprofits, we can certainly work. I would recommend work with the community foundation, get some criteria, and then just have them who are professional grant makers, have them handle it so that we're not bogged down with administering that. So with that, that concludes the formal presentation. So Mr. Mayor, I think it would be to both go to your point about being methodical about this and to also satisfy and respect Council Member Perello's questions. I think we can take, when the time comes, we can take each of these policy points one at a time. And Ms. Mallory can walk us through each of those and we can hopefully get your direction from the council. Thank you.
Yes, I think that's outstanding. So what I'd like to do before we go to members of the public, we have a long list of speakers on this item, and then we have an even longer list of speakers on the third item. So what I'd like to do, and I just want to ask the council members to for their patience on this, is that the questions need to be saved that are on, substantive questions. They need to be saved for the time allotted for each council member. But if there's something that's been presented that is you don't understand, if it's a minute max. And I'm going to go to you, Councilman Perello, right now. If you have the ability to get something clarified up front that you think is important before the members of the public speak, I will give you 1 minute just to get that, question asked, and then 1 minute answer, no follow-ups, because otherwise it could go on.
3 questions in less than a minute. What the hell is the definition of local? Have the city attorney answer it. Number 2, 50%, 40% local, the person is going to put it up. And now we're talking about collective. We have 5 people put up money to put a 50% and one of them sells. Now there's less than 50%. What are we doing? Questions. I got time left over. I'm waiting for an answer.
Council member, definition of local can be as council decides. That's up for the table. That's up for consideration this evening. So we currently are recommending city limits. That's a very defined area, not sphere of influence, not areas to be annexed. That'd be city limits as of February 2020. The next question, 50 or 40%, that again is up to council. We provided you in the implications of going with 40% versus 50%. Finally, the program elements, should someone sell? We too share that concern. We too have that question. We would develop those guidelines and bring that back in a council policy direction on October 6th.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, so any other points of clarification by members of the city council?
Yes. I do have one.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Simply this, is there any protection or regulation anticipated for someone who moves into the city? Is there a length of residency required if people have just moved in like a month before? Are they considered residents under this?
Mayor Pro Tem, that's another good question that we also asked internally. When we bring this program back to you on October 6th, that would be addressed and covered in that program.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And now,
sorry, Mayor, I have one question. I apologize.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see your hand raised on there. I'm sorry.
No, I didn't raise it. I'm sorry. I'm just kind of
Okay.
chiming in. I just
Go
want a
ahead.
clarification. When this came to the committee, there was only a recommendation to do 8 retail permits, 2 of them going to local equity. And now I see 10 on this presentation. Did that change or did I misunderstand during the committee process?
Council member, the committee, yes, we did recommend 8 as a result of looking at our applicants and hearing input and also hearing feedback from the committee. We're recommending that we go with a total of 8 and then 2 additional for local equity applicants. I would like to just clarify one other question that Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez asked in terms of length of residency. That would be, if the council could give input on that this evening, that would also help us to get the program before you on October 6th.
Does that sufficiently answer your question, Councilwoman Busua?
It sure does. Thank you.
Okay. I don't have any other hands raised, so let's go right to the members of the public that have signed up to speak. And each member of the public will have 3 minutes. And we're going to go ahead and contact them now. The very first one is, let me go ahead and read the first 5 names. Lisa Slaughter, Pat Brown, Sarah Armstrong, Joey Garcia, and James Aragon. So let's go ahead with Lisa Slaughter, and to be followed by Pat Brown, please.
Okay, I'm guessing it's not going through.
Is this still for Lisa Slaughter?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so it didn't go through.
Okay. And the next speaker, Pat Brown, to be followed by Sarah Armstrong, please.
Hi, Pat.
This is Pat Brown. I don't want to shock you guys. The problem is,
Pat, could you please turn
I'm
your TV down?
79 years old. I've never smoked cigarettes. I rarely even have a mixed drink,
Turn off your television.
or even a glass of wine. I have a very healthy body, and I intend to live to be 100, and the doctor says I probably will. And to me, this is dirty money. To me, I wouldn't trust these people as far as I could throw a ball. I don't trust any of them. They will buy a house in Oxnard, and then it will sit there empty, or they will let their adult children live there, grandchildren live there or something, and they'll end up living in Santa Barbara or up in the hills over the golf courses in Camarillo or somewhere. They wouldn't live in housing that we would have available. I perceive we're getting into a huge problem, and the only problem is that we don't have any way to get out of it. It's a law situation. We have to put up with it. 2.2 million is a drop in the bucket, and as far as I'm concerned, this 1% local equity, I think it should be more like 50% local equity or 30% local equity. 1% is nothing as far as they're concerned. We need to have these people live here. We need to have them be community residents and support our problems, financial problems that we have in this city, if they really want to do this. And if all they're in for is to becoming filthy rich and party people, as far as I'm concerned, we don't need them. All they're going to do is bring in the bad seeds, people to the city that we don't want here in the first place, gangs and etc. I mean, I just see horrible things coming. I don't want you guys to be shocked about this, but this is an area that I don't trust. Also, all the growing has to be done inside with filtration before the air goes out, because we don't want to want to have any of that
30
smell,
seconds.
and neither does Camarillo. And so I think we ought to just really be hard on these people, and then they won't want to be here as much as they do right now. Right now, they think they're just gonna make hay while the sun shines in front of us, and they could care less what they leave when they leave.
Ms. Brown.
So that's just my personal opinion.
Ms. Brown.
Thank you.
Ms. Brown, can you hear me? Ms. Brown? Okay. We'll try to call her so that it doesn't repeat itself. Next speaker is Sarah Armstrong, to be followed by Joey Garcia, please.
Hi, Sarah.
Hi.
Hi. We're on the cannabis item. You have 3 minutes. Please begin.
Thank you. I am Sarah Armstrong, the Director of Industry Affairs for Americans for Safe Access. We are a community of people, an organization that advocates on behalf of medical cannabis patients. We do not represent stakeholders, and we are not a trade organization for the for-profit cannabis industry. I'm asking you tonight to make sure that you offer a medical license in addition to your adult use license. The reason for this is that my organization worked very hard to get a federal carve out. If you have that medical license and you're operating legally under state law, the federal government will not bother you. There are other reasons, good reasons, for making sure that your applicants also acquire a medical license. Among them, one of the best things you can do for a community benefit program is to offer the licensee the opportunity to establish a compassion program, which provides free cannabis to low-income patients who are very ill and very poor. Typically, they have to qualify for this service by proving that they are poor, typically because they're already on government assistance. It's easy to offer the medical license because the application form is the same for both. And you can easily ask the winning applicants to include the compassion program. I would also like you to consider the plight of cannabis patients generally. Licensed regulated marijuana is very expensive, not because people are greedy, but because the regulatory and taxes are so very high. I would deeply appreciate it if the city would consider waiving the city tax for medical cannabis patients possessing a valid doctor's recommendation. This will be a smaller pool of people than you think because after legalization, many people didn't renew their recs. They like the privacy of just showing their driver's license and quietly acquiring the medicine that they need. Medical cannabis is extremely important for people who find relief from it. It helps with my arthritis, I'll tell you. And there are many other people who would benefit from both a compassion program and the waiver of taxes. Over the weekend, I sent you all a fairly long letter. I hope you had time to read it. And I am always available to talk about these things. Does the council have any questions for me? Hearing none, I'll thank you for your time. Please consider these ideas. They are important for the frailest people among you, the sick and dying. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Joey Garcia, to be followed by James Aragon, please.
Okay, doesn't look like it's going through.
Okay, very well. And let's see here. Then the next speaker will be James Aragon, to be followed by Violeta Aguilar.
Hi, James. 3 minutes.
Hello, thank you. Just to piggyback on what Mr. Nguyen was talking about, all the money that's involved in here, and I think a lot of headaches. I don't know all the history on this initiative going back. I saw on the paper 2018, but what the issues are, I mean, this sort of lobbying and the anger, the vitriol when you don't miss the timeline, and all the lawsuits are going to come out of any time you have an artificial barrier to entry for any sort of business. Marijuana has been with us despite all the federal laws for a very long time, and that's just because that's how it works, supply demand. So, you know, I guess 8's the right number according to something or someone. As far as I'm concerned, if 50 applicants started a business and only 8 survived, then the market has spoken. But here we are, and I don't think that's going to change. I do think that I don't agree with local hire. It's problematic. There's people who work outside the city, and so what if you had every licensed organization or business had a local hire requirement? That'd be problematic for people who have currently jobs outside the city. Also, one-time investments. Those $250,000 a barrier to entry, artificial, although it definitely kowtows to bigger corporations who have that sort of cash lying around on the floor. And then finally, one of the things I'd urge with this money, especially the one-time fees, not investing in things that will require future maintenance, but one-time things. So, for example, I think Mr. Nguyen talked about that dilapidated building. That's be a perfect capital investment, obviously. But investing in youth sports, and I mean, listen, I have kids, but investing in youth sports with one-time money does make sense because that's going to require future investment, unless that was related to the 1%. Anyhow, best of luck on making this hard decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Violeta Aguilar, to be followed by Devin Wardlow, please.
Hi, Violeta.
Yes. Hi.
Hi. We're on the cannabis item. You have 3 minutes to address the council. Please begin.
Hi, my name is Violeta Aguilar-Warwick, and I'm community liaison for Catalyst Cannabis. As a company, we understand the power and opportunity that we have currently, the city of Oxnard has in cannabis, and opening the market and for retail in a number of different areas. And we really view this is an opportunity of a real public-private partnership in the city of Oxnard. As part of our current application, instead of the 1% gross revenue donation to local charities as stated in the application, we proposed a 2% donation. As a result, as a company, we can be supportive of a one-time payment into the local equity fund of $250,000. However, as we presented previously last week to the committee, we would really urge the council to take into consideration for this to be taken as a revenue percentage payment, or similarly to the current proposal to afford, especially current applicants, for flexibility of the one-time payment. We want to be good neighbors, and we are committed to the city of Oxnard. We believe that this really embodies a public-private partnership we envision within the city of Oxnard. With respect to the 75% local high requirement, we are prepared and we're fully supportive of taking all appropriate steps to fulfill and exceed this requirement. This component, especially as we ramp up the local workforce, should be measured, however, as best efforts. We are ready and willing to leverage partnerships to host job fairs and do other local outreach to meet this very important economic development component of the local equity program. And lastly, as council discusses the opportunities in cannabis as a true source of economic development, we will urge council to consider operators that are committed to bringing into the city livable wage benefited union jobs. We currently own and operate 5 stores in the Long Beach and Orange County area, and a number of others that are currently in the pipeline. And this is really our commitment to those jurisdictions that we currently serve to invest in our local workforce, to invest in the communities, and to bring in the type of work and to develop the workforce that we know the industry is going to have the opportunity to bring in for the city and for the state. Thank you so much, and have a great day.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Devin Wardlow, to be followed by Marissa Lopez, please.
Hi, Devin.
Hi.
Hi, you have 3 minutes to address the council on the cannabis item. Please begin.
Wonderful. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Devin Wardlow. I'm the Director of Public Affairs at Coastal Dispensary, headquartered in Santa Barbara, California. I've come before this council many times, and I want to thank you all very much for your work in creating a strong merit-based cannabis retail process. I appreciate the city's thoroughness and responsiveness throughout this, especially during these crazy, unprecedented times. The staff report has indicated 6 components to be decided regarding the city's cannabis equity program tonight. I would like to highlight my thoughts on 2. First, the 1% gross revenue annual contribution. I really commend the city manager and staff for putting forward a recommendation that focuses the cannabis industry's collective resources to address homelessness. By pooling our resources and tackling one specific issue, the cannabis industry can make a real difference that will be felt to all Oxnard residents. So I'm very supportive of that. And then on the second point, on holding 2 of the 8 retail licenses for local applicants, I want to express my support for the rationale referenced in the staff report for maintaining the 8 licenses for all those that have applied in this process. But if council does decide to hold 2 for local operators with 50% ownership or more, I would recommend increasing the number of total retail licenses to 10 to ensure that those that have been through this process with the expectation of 8 are still able to be competitive in this overall process. As a Central Coast company with ownership and employees both in Santa Barbara and in Oxnard, we've applied for this cannabis retail permit and really look forward to working with the city of Oxnard. Thank you all very much, and look forward to hearing this council's feedback.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Marissa Lopez, to be followed by Jim Gilmer, please.
Marissa, if you can hear us, you have to press 1. So it may have gone to voicemail.
Okay, why don't we go to Jim Gilmer, to be followed by Veronica Gutierrez, please.
Hi, Jim.
Hello.
Hi, you're on the
Hello.
cannabis item. We have 3 minutes. Please begin.
Hello, my name is Jim Gilmer, local Oxnard resident and advocate. First of all, I just want to say that I appreciate the Housing and Economic Development Committee's discussion, deliberation at the last committee meeting. Mayor Tim Flynn, other council members had a great debate and supported retaining the local residency requirement for all cannabis licenses. This is true social equity. It was supported by myself, and I know that probably 15 or 20 Oxnard residents sent letters in to city council members and the mayor to retain this requirement. It is essential. We are in a time of racial and social equity. This is very important, and local residents have the heartbeat of the city. They will make sure that their contributions go to appropriate organizations in the city. And so I want to encourage the city council to follow the recommendations of the subcommittee and Oxnard residents who represent many organizations, not just individuals, Community Advisory Committee, LULAC, CUSIN, Hip Hop Collection Group. There's so many organizations involved. So we truly appreciate that you would support that, sustain it. And also the $250,000 requirement or recommendation is exorbitant. It doesn't even mesh up with other cities. And so we would hope that you would just reconsider that. There's other ways to certainly do charitable and philanthropic work. And I believe these organizations that are coming, the licensees, will do much more than what's required anyway. So thank you so much. I appreciate it very much. And again, follow the debate and recommendations from the Housing and Economic Development Committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Veronica Gutierrez, to be followed by Ross Fonts, please.
Veronica, if you can hear us, press 1, please. Okay, so it looks like it might have gone to voicemail.
I'm sorry, Madam City Clerk. Why don't we go ahead to Ross Fontes, to be followed by Calvin Harrison, please.
Okay, that one's not going through either.
Okay, why don't we go to Calvin Harrison, and we'll go back to Lisa Slaughter, please.
Hi, Calvin.
Yes, it's Calvin.
Hi, we're on the cannabis item. You have 3 minutes to address the council. Please begin now.
Good evening, Council. This is Calvin Harrison again. Also, again, I'm writing to oppose the elimination of the local residents as requirements for the Oxnard cannabis license. I fully support the local equity in all cannabis license for Oxnard. I supported local residents as a priority to receive licensing, particularly due to the fact that people of color and women are immensely underrepresented in this industry. I thank you guys for your time. God bless. Be safe.
Thank you very much. Why don't we go back to Lisa Slaughter, please, Madam City Clerk.
Okay, and then we'll also go back to Marissa after that too.
Okay.
The local equity in
Hi, Lisa.
Hi, thank you. I thought you were spam before.
Okay, so there's 3 minutes for you to address the council. Could you please turn your TV down in the background, please?
Yes, I will.
Okay, 3 minutes begins now.
Good evening, council members, Mayor Pro Tem. My name is Lisa Slaughter. I'm an attorney representing some of the applicants here, but also applicants throughout California. And as a former worker in city government, I've helped develop some ordinances with cannabis and wanted to provide you my perspective and some insight. As mentioned earlier, a number of California cities are dealing with social equity. Unfortunately, the rollout of those programs has taken years, and multiple areas of litigation are still continuing with various cities. What cities are now turning to is something called local equity, and the reasons are twofold. First, one of the items that was mentioned tonight, which is what the city is going to struggle with, as many cities who have employed local equity components to cannabis licenses have, is not only what defines ownership, but what happens when that owner leaves. A number of cities have said, great question, and what we recommend doing is that that license cannot be transferred to anyone out of who does not reside in the city. Specifically, if a local owner has 30%, then the person that comes in must also be a local owner with 30%. That person, if that license is not renewed, or because the licensee sells the license or moves out of the area, the city is not required as well to offer another license. Palm Springs dealt with this quite well and was very restrictive in the beginning about the number of licenses until the city got more comfortable. The other concern that a lot of cities have seen is because bigger corporations and multi-state operators are coming in, the concern is that the person owning or the entity owning the license won't have the same understanding, investment, and commitment to the local community. In fact, what some states have found is that the people who are operating the cannabis or controlling the cannabis community liaison, community benefits, outreach, etc., don't even live in the state. That's something that California, I would hope, would want to avoid, and many cities are seeing and preempting this possibility. The other thing, too, is we all know about the California wine market. We all know names like Mondavi and Gallo. That was something that was, again, very local, and as a result, the wine industry in California exports 2/3 of all wine throughout the United States. Cannabis in California is poised to be the same. I want to thank you thank you for considering the local equity component. I think it's an investment that Oxnard should make. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I believe Marissa Lopez, correct?
Right.
Okay.
Hi, Marissa.
Hello. Yes.
Hi. You have 3 minutes. Please begin.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much. Mayor Flynn and council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak today regarding the proposed changes to the Cannabis Social/Local Equity Program. My name is Marissa Lopez, and I was born and raised in Oxnard. I currently own and manage property in Oxnard and have long worked with nonprofits for the past 20 years. I am one of the local applicants for the cannabis retail. Yes.
Hi.
Yes.
You have 3 minutes. Please begin.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much. Mayor Flynn and council
Can you turn your
members,
TV
thank
down,
you for
please?
the opportunity to speak today. I'm working on that. Proposed changes to the Cannabis Social/Local Equity Program. My name is Marissa
Marissa,
Lopez, and I
can
was
you turn
born
the
and
TV
raised in
down and
Oxnard.
continue with your
I
comments?
currently
The
own
clock
and
is
manage
counting
property
down.
in Oxnard and have long worked with nonprofits for the past 20 years. Sorry about that. Am I still on?
Yeah, but the clock is counting down.
Okay, sorry about that. And so I own and manage property in Oxnard and have long worked with nonprofits for the last 20 years. I am one of the local applicants for the cannabis retail license, and I appreciate your time invested into planning and wholeheartedly support the 75% plus local hires with good union jobs. As an applicant in the middle of the process, I'm worried that we are discussing changes to the application process after applicants have submitted proposals. Making these changes to the process, rules and regulations while we are in the third phase of the process does a disservice to our local business owners and nonprofits. And I would like to skip down, since I know some of my time was taken with the sound issues. But I think that one of the most important things that we want to touch base on, since it sounds like that staff has recommended retaining the local qualified applicants, is that the 1% that is currently being discussed to go to the City of Oxnard's housing program, while I believe that is a valuable service that is needed, 4 to 6% of the cannabis businesses will be taxed 4 to 6%. And I think that is the money that should be used to support city housing programs and other important city programs. I do value our nonprofits in the community, and I urge the council to consider keeping the 1% for our local nonprofits. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And that concludes the speakers. I believe, Madam City Clerk, on this item, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, that concludes the speakers. So what I'd like to say here is we do have a variety of questions before us. And what I'd like to do is I'd like to try to focus first on those questions, because it could take a considerable amount of time going through each and every one, which is what the city manager has requested to provide this policy direction. And then what we'll do is let's march through these questions. And if there is a question related to that, then the member of the council will ask that question prior to rendering an opinion on those items. So what I'd like to do is start first and foremost with number one. What does it mean to be a local resident? And just try to keep the time in mind. Why don't we start with Councilmember Lopez, please.
Mayor, just want to clarify. So what you're looking is for us to provide the
Yes.
input on these? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so I mean, I think this is I'm looking for direction on this question because I don't know, you know, what would be appropriate in terms of defining the local residency, if it's within the county or within the city, and the length of time.
Thank you very much. And before I go to Councilman Perillo, Ms. Mallory, if I could, one of the things I was thinking here, because it can be very complex, 50%, 40%, it goes on and on. I mean, we could spend a half an hour just debating what a local resident is. Is there a best practice that you know of that might be recommended to the council? Because I see this as potentially very problematic.
Mayor, council members, the good question in terms of the length. Our recommendation and residency, our recommendation is residency within the city of Oxnard at the time the application was filed as of February 2020.
Okay, and then is that the case for all the other owners that, you know, when we're talking about the owners, does that apply to them too?
It would apply to all owners that are seeking to secure a local equity license.
Okay.
So I'm just for way of example, there could be, let's just say 10 owners on an application. Collectively, over 50% or more would need to have a residential address within the city of Oxnard as of February 2020.
Okay, and I'll just quickly ask.
Mr. Mayor, to be clear, that's our recommendation.
Yeah,
Just the recommendation.
I understand that. And last question on that, just to clarify, to help the council, does that mean, Ms. Mallory, that we're going to verify the residency?
We would ask for, we would verify, and we would also ask them to provide a certification, a testing.
Okay. I'll just ask Councilmember Lopez, does that provide Councilmember Lopez with a little bit more direction, or what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, that's fine. So the 50% or more of the owners with the residence address as of the filing of the application seems fine to me.
Yes,
Okay,
thank
great.
you. And I just, Mr. Roselle clarified, it's 50% of ownership, to clarify.
Right. Ownership. Okay, good. All right. As opposed to owners, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. All right. That can even be a little bit complicated. Okay, Councilman Perillo.
Number one, I want to thank the fact that we have an assistant city attorney that stepped up and identified that, because the next question was, Ms. Mallory did not make it clear. We have 10 owners, her words, 10 owners, 50% of them have to live in the city of Oxnard. Those 10 owners, the 5 that live in the city of Oxnard could each own 1%. 95% of the ownership would be in another location. So when we're talking about ownership versus local living, Mr. Roselle, thank you very much for clarifying and covering Ms. Mallory. That needed to be cleared up, because I personally think that if it means local, it means the person that we are entering into an enterprise, that we're going to allow them to be in this community. They live in this community. They spend their money in this community as best they can. Like any other resident, they can go out of the community and spend it. But they live here. And as soon as they move, they lose the ability to maintain the business. We need to have some strings to this thing. And if they sell to another entity that lives in the community. Verified each year the business license comes up. That's my feeling on point one.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's see here. Councilman McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're looking at 8 licenses for local people, and to limit ourselves strictly to the boundaries of the city of Oxnard, I'm a little troubled by it, to be perfectly honest. And there are a lot of people that live in this area. They get their mail sent to the city of Oxnard, but they're not in the city of Oxnard. They may be in El Rio, Island Acres, the beach area, who knows where. And when you look at the next element of this, and this will be a question later on down the road, a $250,000 commitment, and I'm presuming that's done including application fees and everything else. This is a huge hurdle to get over for them to get here. And I'm afraid what we're going to do by requiring too strict a definition of local residency. And I'd be okay with, West County area or something like that to be a little restrictive, but we're going to end up getting straw owners where some company that wants to be here is going to say, hey, for X% of the business, we'll make you the owner. We'll fund you, and then I think it's going to be a nightmare. I have real concerns about this.
Councilmember, may I just make a point of clarification to aid in the discussion? The number of licenses that staff is recommending is 8 retail licenses in addition to local equity licenses for a total of 10.
Okay, so the eight licenses that we're recommending, is that a local residency requirement or just the 2 others?
That would be 8 retail licenses and then 2 additional, which would be earmarked for local equity applicants.
Okay, the question I'm asking is the first 8, will those be required to live in the city of Oxnard, or is it just the 2
they
held
would not,
over?
Councilmember.
Okay, thank you. That makes me a little bit more at ease. So, and 8 was the original amount that we were going to ask for, correct?
Yeah.
In terms of retail sales.
That is correct, Councilmember.
So we're looking still at the original number. Then the 2 additional would be local residents only.
That is
correct?
correct, Councilmember. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Very well. And let's go now to Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, I have a preliminary question, and that is whether or not, did the committee make recommendations? It wasn't clear to me.
Councilmember, yes, the committee made recommendations, which I can bring up on a slide if you'd like, but the summary was consider bring back in 2 retail licenses for local applicants. Consider increasing the number of retail licenses overall, regardless of local equity or non. And I would make a point also that our ordinance that was adopted by council does allow up to 16 retail cannabis licenses. So our recommendation and what came from the committee is in line with that number. And then there was input in just an overall in terms of commitment and funding of youth programs and senior programs. Those are some highlights.
So right now we're just focusing, according to the mayor, on what is residency and what does that mean? I think that I see there's some problems with it, and I was listening to one of the speakers talking about the retention of a license. Someone could start off as a qualified Oxnard resident or with an ownership interest, and then they could leave, and what would happen to retain that focus in a very limited way on local residents. Is that anticipated in the ordinance?
Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem, that is a genuine issue, and we would be recommending that license would go to another local who would be residing within the definition that council agrees to on local. We would put that in the regulations. We would require the certification as we talked about, and we would be verifying residency as well. But that is something that we'd like to get direction on from council here, and then we could put that in within the documents that we bring back in October.
And of course, someone could move here, rent a room if they could find one that's affordable. Sometimes hard now, and suddenly they qualify under this without any specification. They could qualify as an Oxnard resident, correct?
As of October, the recommendation is residency as of February 2020. But yes, they could do that. As for the current application pool, yes, that February 2020 is the guideline. Going forward, yes, they could do that. And we would need to put safeguards in.
Okay, so we're focusing just on the residency question. So those are my questions about that.
Thank you very much. And now we'll go to Councilwoman Basua, please.
Thank you. I'm actually okay with the 50% local residents. I think that if we are going to increase to 8 permitted retail licenses and then have the additional 2 for local equity, I'm okay. I do want the 50% though, them being local Oxnard residents. But I do have a question to Ms. Mallory. If you are not able to find 2 local businesses that qualify with the restrictions that we have in play, can those 2 other licenses be given out to other people that have applied, or will those 2 licenses always be restricted to Oxnard residents?
Councilmember, that's a policy question for this council to deliberate on.
Okay, so I would like to suggest in that case that based on staff's recommendation, if they feel that we don't have 2 additional licenses that they feel comfortable issuing out, that then we go ahead and issue those additional licenses to other retailers that meet the criteria. And that's my recommendation on that point.
Just for Councilwoman Basua, just as a clarification, I might have misunderstood your question, but Ms. Mallory, what you said that the 50% 2 local equity hires or 2 local equity selections, that we have 4 applicants out of the current pool of applicants that meet that criteria. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Councilwoman Basua, does that address, I mean, could you
Yeah,
clarify?
that addresses that. I just want to make sure that if, depending on what process of the application that they're in, and based on our recommendations tonight, some of these licenses that are going to be given out might not be able to meet, like for example, the one-time payment of $250,000. If that is the case, I would like those licenses to go to the next person buying things.
I see. Okay. Now that clarifies that. Thank you very much on that. And now we'll go to the committee chair of the Housing and Economic Development Committee, Councilman Madrigal.
Okay, with the first question about local residents or local residency, I'm okay actually with the 40% aspect of it, because at the end of the day, you know, I would rather own 1% of something than be a part of the 75% supposed employees that work for the company. There is way more money in being a 1% owner of this type of business than there is being, you know, a fraction of the 75% of the employees that work for that type of particular business. We talk about equity and bringing in good jobs, but at the end of the day, you know, what we are saying with this though is it's okay for you to work here, but it's not okay for you to own. We kind of set these roadblocks along the way for that is supposed to be equity. I think we have the definitions of equality and equity mixed up here. I think instead of going towards equity, I think we moved in a way of equality, which is completely different. As a local resident, I've had friends, I've had acquaintances, classmates, neighbors who, you know, got caught up in different issues involving drugs. And, you know, a lot of them are still doing plenty of years in state prison. And now we're gonna invite, you know, big business, and they're gonna make a huge profit here in our city. So, you know, we need to keep some of that money here for our local residents, even if it is, you know, a Derek Jeter type of business ownership. where in reality, Mr. Jeter is 5% owner of the Miami Marlins, but he is the face of that organization. That goes a long way in this community. I understand being 50% owner. Realistically, I'm sure that I don't know what the percentage is, but most Oxnard residents would not be able to be a part of that 50% ownership of a big business type deal. And if they are, then, you know, along the way, they'll fall victim to one of the many roadblocks on there. And then I have other questions, but I'll wait for the second question to come up to ask those.
Councilman Madrigal, just to properly understand what what you just expressed about number one, your only concern, your main point is the 40% rather than 50% of ownership. And Ms. Mallory, we have to clarify that again because it can be a little bit complicated. At one point, one was thinking about 50% of the owners or 40% of the owners as if individuals. But what we're talking about is ownership of the enterprise. So when we're speaking 40 and 50, it's ownership of the enterprise, not owners. Is that correct?
Yes, yes, Mayor, that's correct. It's 50% of ownership.
I see. And then Councilman Madrigal, yours is 40% that you'd like to see. Is that correct?
Right. If we only had the 50-40 option, then I'm with 40.
Okay, I see. Okay. Now, Mr. City Manager, just to be able to distill this, I didn't, it's only, if I'm not mistaken, it's the recommended action about the definition of a local resident is what Ms. Mallory clarified was in February, as of February. And so that seems to be accepted by the whole council. I didn't hear anybody say that they were against that. And then we have at least a motion or a proposal that we accept 40% of the total ownership rather than 50%. And I don't hear, and Councilman Madrigal, I just want to make sure that is what you would like the council to deliberate on.
Sure. If it's right now, if it doesn't go through, then it's fine.
Okay. So members of the council, we have 5 applicants that qualify for 40% and 4 for 50%. Let's just go very quickly with, I know it's a little bit arduous. Let's go with Councilmember Lopez. Councilmember Lopez, quickly on that issue alone.
Mayor, are we taking a vote now or are we discussing this? Because I'll tell you what, you didn't hear what I said. I said I am not in support of these people not being here as long as they own the business. You're just talking about them being here on a specific date.
Okay. That's what okay, hold on a second. Then we'll clarify that. Let's not get off balance here, Councilman Perrella. This could go off in 100 different directions. So let me this is the way I have to work it through. This is the way my brain operates. Let me just go through one thing or another. And then when it comes up to you on this issue, you can clarify that. So let me just stick with the order here. Councilmember Lopez, Councilman Madrigal has made a proposal of going from 50 to 40. What's your view on that?
40 is fine.
Okay. Now, Councilman Perrella, I have to go in this order. Can you clarify how that has to do with the 50 to 40, please?
I could live with the 40%, but in 2 years, is the owner with the 40% going to live in Oxnard?
Okay.
I need to consider that. Not that works out later. And the questions that come up indicate to me this baby ain't ready to be voted on tonight, but we're going to put a round peg in a square hole is what it feels like.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, we're seeking council direction tonight. This needs to be discussed and, if need be, debated. We're not looking for a final vote tonight. This is in essence a public hearing, not a technical one, but a hearing publicly, so that we can do this in public and get your direction. And while I have the floor, the rationale for 40 or 50 is perfectly understandable by staff as well. So we're happy either way.
So council member, if I can add, based on the input you provide tonight, we will bring back to you the regulations for your final vote.
Councilman Perrello, is that satisfactory to you?
Okay, then Mayor, I would say it's satisfactory, but then you better quiz these other council members how they feel about it.
Okay, I'll get into that, but let me go through what I got to go through to stay organized. Let me just go on to the next one. Let's see, Councilman McDonald, Councilman Perrello, you're okay from going from 50 to 40, but we will clarify that point that you've raised. Is that my understanding correct? 50 to 40 is okay with you, Councilman Perrello?
Yes.
Okay. Councilman McDonald.
Use for my back.
I'm fine with 40%.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
40 is good for me.
Okay, and Councilwoman Basua.
I would like the 50%. I would like business owners that are vested in Oxnard to live in Oxnard, to invest in Oxnard. I am sticking with the 50%.
I understand. And I will go ahead and I like the 50% idea, but to me, it's a negligible amount. It does add one additional applicant that could qualify for the two. So I'll go ahead with the chairman and the councilman's recommendation that we go to 40%. So I want to ask Mr. Nguyen and Ms. Mallory, does that clarify number one?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay, very well. Before we depart here, I want to say that Councilman Perrello has made it very clear that a very important point is what happens if, I think it's an issue, Councilman Perrello, of transferability. If somebody were to, of the ownership, if after a certain amount of time they bolt from the city, how long should we be considering that residency requirement? Is that my understanding, Councilman Perrello, correct? Is my understanding correct?
Yes.
Okay. Could we have very quickly the, let's see here, Councilmember Lopez, could we have you render an opinion on that, please?
On the number two?
On number one, and Councilman Perrello's comment that he's concerned that somebody will qualify for the residency requirement, but then at any given point leave the city just to have qualified. How do we feel about that residency requirement? Or as an example, Councilman Perrello, I don't want to put words in your mouth. Would you be an advocate of it not being transferable, Councilman Perrello, for the local equity, just for the two?
Through the chair, this is Ken Roselle. Can I jump in on this issue?
Okay.
It would be our recommendation that that once we get direction from the staff on the other issues, we will bring this back at the next council meeting with very detailed recommendations.
Okay.
For the rules and regulations on transfer, we believe that it would be difficult to go to that level of granularity at tonight's meeting, but we just need the direction on these 5 questions.
Very well. Okay. All right. Councilman Perrello, is that satisfactory to you?
I have a tremendous amount of respect and trust in Mr. Roselle's work, and I'm grateful he's here helping us tonight. I'm not comfortable with this item going forward the way it is, but I'm one of 7. I'm moving forward.
And
as they say,
yes.
But I do personally believe if I'm legally able to qualify to get a license, and 6 months later, if this thing is successful as hell, or I'm sick and tired of the city of Oxnard, I get the hell out of Dodge. And as often said, they call it flight from the city of Oxnard to go to Ventura, Camarillo. And I'm going to make my money off the city of Oxnard. And I've been given help by the city of Oxnard to get my business. I would love to have the gentleman or lady handcuffed inside the city limits of Oxnard. That's my opinion.
Mayor,
yes.
Mayor, if I can add, since you had asked me about that, and I definitely understand what Mr. Perrello is talking about, and if it's something that Mr. Roselle will address through this is after how long can a license be transferred or set those requirements. So to address that, because I do agree with that concern.
Okay. All right. Very well. All right. Let's go to number 2. And the question is council supportive of 10 retail cannabis permits this round? So it would be 8 retail permits plus 2 additional permits for local equity. Council and Ms. Mallory, I quite frankly, I can't really recall, but this issue has come up a couple times, and I'm interested. How did the committee, that was presented in the committee to add 2 additional permits, meaning it was supposed to be a total of 8, but that means 6 retail permits and 2 additional permits. Now it's 2 have been added, so it's 8 retail permits and 2. You're saying that was presented to the Housing and Economic Development Committee and we voted on it?
Mayor, no, just to clarify, we heard from the committee that there was interest in one committee member that there was interest in increasing the number.
I
So with consideration of that and the number of highly qualified applicants, we recommended going with 8 licenses and 2 additional for local.
Okay. So what I'm going to do now is start the other way. I'll start with Councilman Madrigal. Councilman Madrigal, how do you feel about number 2, please?
Since I'm the one that brought it up, I'm okay with it. I do have one particular question though.
Okay.
When it comes to the local equity applicants, does that mean that 8 of them are going to be out of the region and 2 are here local? Or can we have more than, for example, based on them actually being the most qualified, can we end up with like maybe like 4 locals and 6 out of the area companies, just depending on how it goes? Or are we separating applicants based on geographic location?
It is possible, council member, that the top 8, there could be local applicants within that pool.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, now we'll go to Mayor Pro Tem. Mayor Pro Tem, how do you feel about number 2?
You know, I want to just ask this question. Where was the magic in 10? How did we land on that? Because I understand we had the capacity for 16. Is that correct?
This is Ken Rosell again. Yes, the statute ordinance allows up to 16. The rationale that's of staff was that under the documentation that was put forth regarding this first round, there was going to be a total of 8 permits with 2 held back for local equity. To put the city in the best possible legal position, we believed it was important that we give a total of, our staff recommendation is we give a total of 8 permits through the competitive process. And then because of the stated desire of the committee that there be 2 applicants for local, we wanted to have 8 plus 2. So the applicants for the competitive process have no claim that they're somehow getting less than was promised as part of that permit process. In fact, they're getting more. And then we would also guarantee 2 for the local process. So we believe that's a fair way for those out of town applicants who applied, as well as our local applicants. And it also ensures that a minimum of 2 and possibly more of the permits will go to our local applicants.
So while I have you there, Mr. Rosell, I have a question about the change in, if you see that there's any problem for the city in changing the rules. It seems like a change of rules or benefits that might be provided after the RFP went out.
Well, actually, that is the very reason why staff is recommending 8 permits, because as I mentioned, the competitive process that we're in the middle of, all the documentation starting back with our July 2019 council meeting talked about granting 6 through that process and holding back 2. So it is staff's position that we are not changing the number of permits that are being offered through, or excuse me, that we're not reducing the number of permits that are being offered through the competitive process. Instead, we're actually increasing the number. So the 50 applicants are actually in better position to be granted a permit than they were before staff's recommendation tonight. So there is no change to that process, and there's actually the 2 bonus permits that would go to local. So that's a separate process apart from the competitive process. So we believe we're in a very solid legal position as it comes to this process.
And I just want to say this too. It seems that some of us up here on the virtual dais are getting a little testy, and I want to say let's all take a breath because the staff has worked very hard. I find this very complex because we're thinking about things we haven't done before. There's a lot of promise, there's risk, and I'm not sure we're going to get to perfect here, but I want to really appreciate all of the staffs working towards something to get council direction. And I'm hoping you get a clear message, even though we're a little bit all over the place. So just to say that, I really appreciate the staff's work.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilman McDonald, item 2, please.
In regards to item 2, I have probably the most copious amount of notes on this. I'll try and distill it down as quickly as I can. Yes, I'm fine with it.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilman Perrello.
Item 2, I see no reason to go beyond the 8 permits. Leave the 2 local equity in the 8 permits. I do not support going with 10.
Okay, thank you. And finally, Councilmember Lopez.
I'm fine with the 10 and ensuring the 2 are left for local.
Okay. And my perspective on number 2 is I initially thought that 6 was a sufficient amount plus the 2 for a total of 8. And then when I am reminded that we originally think that we have a capacity for 16, look, quite frankly, if we, I don't even understand why we wouldn't be going to 16 if that's what our capacity is. And I understand we've had a go slow approach, but when the council decided we needed to go in the direction of retail, it's kind of like I kind of feel like, hey, we need to go for it. So I want to thank the chair for making that recommendation. I think it was insightful. I'm going to go ahead and support the chairman of the committee in his recommendation that we have 8 retail permits, an additional 2 permits. I also like the chair's idea that if we expand it to a total of 10, that we consider 4 that go to local equity. And with the 40% requirement, we actually have 5 that have qualified for that. So I kind of like the chair's direction on this. And after all, members of the council, part of the reason we've segmented our work schedule, a very large work schedule for the largest city in the county, is that the committee members are supposed to be the specialists here that are making recommendations, right, on all these different areas. So I sit on this committee and I respect the chair's perspective. And I think he's provided me an opening to embrace 8 retail permits, 2 additional permits. However, I like his idea of the possibility that there could be 4 local equity permits.
I'm sorry, Mayor, if I may chime in here. You didn't get my opinion.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I miss you?
You did.
I'm sorry. And even with trying to be methodical, I'm not methodical. So I apologize.
That's okay. So I thought I'd chime in. I'm fine with the 10.
Okay. Very well. I apologize for that, Councilwoman Basua. Okay. What I need is probably a checklist here. In any event, let's go on to number 3. Should local equity applicants be allowed?
Mr.
Yes.
Mayor, I'm sorry. I just need
Yes.
to clarify because what I heard from the chairperson of the committee was the question was, in addition to the 2 for locals, is it possible that some of the 8 others would also be local simply by virtue of qualifying and scoring higher?
Oh,
And the answer is yes, that's absolutely possible. So I thought the 4 was a hypothetical.
Oh.
So if we can go back to Councilmember Madrigal to clear that up, either way is fine.
Councilman, Committee Chair Madrigal and Councilman Madrigal, could you clarify?
I stated that it could be possible. I did not state the 4 for local equity, but maybe we could discuss that as a council.
Okay.
As your idea, Mayor. That's
okay. All right. Well, actually, I'm going to attribute it to you, but I misunderstood it. But anyway, that's it just kind of opens up that local equity issue. And we're talking about, for other things, we're talking about local hire, we're talking about empowerment locally. And so to me, it seems like a very appealing idea as long as we have enough qualified applicants, and it appears that we do. Number 3, should local equity applicants be allowed flexibility in requiring one-time payment of $250,000? Ms. Mallory, just for the benefit of the council as a whole, could you talk about, there were a couple ideas that were suggested about that. Could you clarify that, what happened in the committee? please.
Yes, the staff made the recommendation that the $250,000 be, we're making a recommendation this evening that there be a flexible payment schedule for local equity applicants. Members that spoke at the meeting expressed concern with paying that or having a different dollar amount. Those are the two that I remember coming up from the committee member meeting.
Okay, great. I don't know if you mentioned there the fact that, there was a mention, I'd made that mention that maybe instead of the $250,000 payment, that maybe some applicants, we could consider a larger, like a 2% donation rather than the 1%. But I just want that to be clear to all the members of the city council. And let's go ahead and start with Council Member Lopez on number 3, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I think that would be appropriate, considering that this has been recently changed to allow the flexibility, and just kind of throwing it out there in terms of the possible challenges for some of the applicants under the local equity, if they're based on their application, if that could be possibly reduced. I think that, that's just a different point to consider to ensure that the local equity applicants are successful.
Thank you very much, Councilman Perrello. You're muted.
Thank you. I heard Ms. Mallory mention flexible payment schedule. I may be almost 70 years of age. I may be old fashioned. But I think that if somebody is going to do business in the city of Oxnard, and we'll take, for example, a roofer or a mechanic or an attorney or a marijuana store, and there's a requirement for a fee to be paid to be that business, that it's not who you know, or what you look like, or how much money you have in the bank. That's called the price of doing business. I understand the flexibility payment schedule. Possibly that means, which there's no clarification, possibly it means we collect the full $250,000, but we allow them to do it over a period of time, a contract, so that we don't shaft, and that is the appropriate word, shaft the rest of the residents in Oxnard that will be subsidizing a business that is going to be, as we are all being told, extremely successful. And to accommodate something to allow them to put more of a percentage for a nonprofit, no, you're supposed to pay your bill. All 7 of our council members get utility bills. Which one of us gets the waiver of not having to pay the utility bill because I'm a council member? I don't get a waiver on my utility bill. I don't know about the rest of the council member, but I would doubt it. The same thing with somebody wanting to do business. If there is an accommodation, you make an accommodation of how quickly they pay the bill, but it's not something you waive. We have a history in the city of playing double-handed and favors. This is wrong. I cannot support waiving the $250,000. I would expect my legal staff to figure out a way that would accommodate the care and feeding of the 250,000 people that live in this city. I hope my point's taken.
It's taken very well, sir, and there is no recommendation to waive. The option here presented is a payment plan, a payment schedule. It's absolutely not recommending waiving a penny of it.
Thank you very much. And we'll go now to Councilman McDonald. And if I skip anyone, just please interrupt me. So Councilman McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was a little surprised by the waiver concept too, because I hadn't heard that word at all. I didn't realize we were talking about that. Unfortunately, we weren't. I would like to see this, if we're going to do it for 2 applicants, maybe we ought to rethink this for all the other applicants, not waive it, but amortize it over, a period of time. And I don't know what that period of time would be. And the reason I say this is what I don't know is what the rest of the fees are going to be coming to this city when they come in for plan check and this and that and the other thing. I don't know what the application process fees are going to be, but conceivably you could be looking at several $100,000 for the process itself, and then we're going to add 250,000 on top of that, plus a 1% annual fee. That's a chunk of change. And reading the staff report, the rationale is retail applicants are well resourced. I'm not sure who came up with that. I wouldn't be able to say that because I have no clue. But it almost makes it sound like, oh, gee, they got plenty of money. Let's squeeze them for as much as we can. And I don't particularly like that approach. I'm all in favor of you know, getting benefit money and everything else we can, but I think we need to be reasonable about it. So I'd like to see us, you know, suggest maybe an amortization process of, you know, 5 years or something. I don't know, and make it legally binding so that when they come in and get their license, that they realize that this is due. We're not going to relieve you of that responsibility, but we would be willing to work with you. So that's just my concept on this issue.
Mayor and council members, if I could just add in a comment in terms of when we reached out through a community workshop in October of last year. Generally, there was not any concern with the dollar amounts that were listed. In fact, I don't want to use the word flippantly, but I will. We did receive some input from the cannabis businesses, the larger conglomerates that didn't bat an eye at the increased price. I do want to, and let me just clarify that when increased price, meaning we provided that $25,000 dollar amount, and they said that's not a problem. We could do much more than that. They did not have that number 250 at the time, but they did give that feedback. Additionally, I just wanted to clarify at the committee meeting, those that were local did state things like, due to the pandemic, we're concerned about, that's a lot of money for a local applicant. So I just, in all, to be very thorough in what I answer, I wanted to make that point. There are some specific local applicants that did express that as a concern. But in terms of the bigger companies, there did not appear to be a concern or a voice concern, if I may say so, with that dollar amount.
Well, and that goes back to the concept of attracting as much local interest in this as we can. And if the locals are expressing concern about it, even if they're not a social equity type of applicant, I think it might tend to drive them away in favor of the big corporate out of the area people. So I would like to see us work as much with people that are local to Ventura County as possible to keep it as close to home as possible, for the 8 licenses on top of the 2 social equity ones. So I think it's a matter of approach and getting people from our local area, because maybe they live in an unincorporated area, who knows? But they spend their money for the most part probably in Oxnard, and so I think we need to take that into consideration.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem.
I support flexibility, really for all. And I guess I'm a little concerned about what it would mean to local applicants. I think local people, they should be encouraged, and flexibility is a way to do that. But I want to go back to something. I received a letter, I think we all did, from Jesus Torres, who, and because you just mentioned that community meeting, Ms. Mallory, he claims that the workshop in October was mostly out-of-town industry people. I certainly don't know who attended, but can you shed some light on that?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem. Sherry, sorry, we just wanted to respond to something here. When we went to the community workshop in October, we did have a lot of out-of-town applicants or prospective applicants. We did also have members who were local residents. And then as we had a very robust survey where we asked questions all about fees and numbers of applications, a series of questions. We had quite a few surveys returned. So, and in addition, a number of phone calls where we received input. But does that, Mayor Pro Tem, does that answer your question?
Yes, you're saying there were a number of local people, but it was a lot of, the majority were out of town folks in the.
There were, yes, I would say about 60-40. But then as follow-up, there were a number of phone calls that we took and asked questions and surveys that we received, securing input on some targeted questions.
And just to go back to review that what's been presented, the number of quote unquote local applicants right now is 4.
It's a sliding scale. Again, if we go back,
I see, right.
I need the slide as well. So, if it's local, is living in Oxnard as of February 2022, yes, 4 meet that requirement of ownership. To clarify.
Ownership. All right. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Basua.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually believe 250,000 is a very low amount. But you guys have to remember that I actually see all the money coming in from Cannabis, I can't even pronounce it anymore. But I think that we should definitely work with the local applicants if they're going to be struggling to pay the 250,000. But I think it's more than fair. Thank you.
Mayor, can I ask, because now Councilwoman Basua is giving us some information, inside information, if she could tell us how many local applicants there were in Wainimi, if she knows?
I don't know how many in the beginning. I know Wainimi has a very stringent application process. But I do know that we keep on getting the applications for additional cannabis business along with delivery. And I do know that even with COVID, the businesses have not been affected at all. And actually, there has been more money coming in than ever. So I do think this is like city manager said, it's like when they get these licenses, they won the lottery. They literally won the lottery. And I think we need to really look at it that way. It is money that's going to benefit our community. And these cannabis, the industry is used to giving money to the community. And hopefully they will be a good partnership also with us. But the 250,000 is probably nothing to a lot of them.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And let's see, Councilman Madrigal and Chairman Madrigal.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with what you said. Although I know it's going to be tough at first for some of the locals to come up with the $250,000. So we could work with them to find some sort of payment plan to get there in the meantime.
Thank you very much. I just want to say to my fellow council members that I don't believe in waiving the 250. I think the 250, we should stick with it. I just think we should add flexibility, and I only suggested the 2%. It could be any combination of flexible options. We want to make sure we get that 250,000. Somebody raised the point to me, what happens if somebody were to go out of business? I think it's highly unlikely they're going to go out of business, but what happens if somebody did and they didn't pay the 250? So I think that is something we should take into consideration. But I think for the local equity aspect, the 250,000 might be a factor. And in such case, I think we should at least have some options brought back to the council. So let's go to number 4. Does the council support?
Mayor, yes. I'd like to add a point that you made, and Ms. Ramirez asked a follow-up question. I'm asking a follow-up question. Okay. If we do stagger these payments out, what do we do when the individual decides to sell his portion? The individual is the one that is getting the loan by waiving the full payment in front. How do we tie that individual to the money? In worst case scenario, they declare bankruptcy. How do we protect the residents in the city of Oxnard from something like happened at La Dolce Vita in Heritage Square? How do we protect the city so we don't end up in situations with egg on our face that we let somebody skirt on 250 grand they owe the city.
Mayor and members of the council, happy to address that. We have a lot of options, and the city attorney and I have drafted numerous agreements during our careers. We would recommend that the agreement between the city and the operator be with the entity that's getting the license as well as the individual owners. So we could go after the business and the individual owners of that business. We believe that's important because if the $250,000 is not being paid immediately because of the local status, then they should be on the hook as well as the other owners in the unlikely event that it's not successful.
Thank you very much for the clarification. Thank you, Mayor.
May I make a comment, Mayor?
Yes.
I just want to say that, if that happens, Councilman Perrell, that means that we just didn't do our homework on the kind of businesses that we're giving these licenses to. So we just got to, really have faith in our staff and assure that they're going to be picking the best applications in order to give these licenses. But I really don't foresee that even happening.
Well, I'd just like to add, Ms. Basua, that I agree. I would hope that it doesn't happen, but your faith in not perceiving it happen, you are a little bit of a newcomer on the council. Having been here a few years, I've seen things happen that I never thought would happen, including the last closed session item.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's go back to number 4. Does the council support the use of one-time funds for the PBID and multi-service building? We'll start now with Committee Chair and Councilman Madrigal.
This one is one where the committee asked for the money to go directly to youth. I understand from the multi-service building, there is the First Five, and there is Future Leaders of America, and the library is there as well. But it does cover part of the youth aspect. I don't know how the PBID would cover that. But more importantly, I don't think it covers any of the outdoor activities that we're currently probably only allowed to do. I know the state's lifting some of the athletics, and none of that is covered by this. I understand kids will get an opportunity to have a better looking library. They'll have a better First Five Center, or even the Future Leaders of America would have a better little office. But at the end of the day, yes, it goes to a certain extent with certain groups. So it does cover some nonprofits. Something that direct money to them would probably never go to. They get a better location. It attracts people, which is true. But what about other parts of the city? I understand this is directly in my district, but I do know that this won't cover everybody, and I do understand that at the same time, a lot of the kids here play soccer. Is any of that money going to go to improve the Del Sol field? Because I know, being on council now for close to 4 years, I know there's still issues there with more than just the field. So with lights, and other council members can attest to that because they were with me when people were complaining about lights at that stadium. People were complaining about bleachers. So so there are other aspects. So I believe that money should go. I'm fine with part of it going towards these things, but we need to look at other aspects that can be a little bit more wide-ranging in the city.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Councilwoman Basua.
I'm actually okay with the direction that staff wants to go with this. If I recall we're going to do part of it in South Oxnard and part of it to renovate that building that I know we probably all have been there, and it's in great need of those renovations. So I'm okay with this.
Thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem.
I actually worked in the multi-service center for 9 years when I worked for the court. And one day, the roof leaked so bad it ruined the major computer there, but we didn't know because it happened over the weekend. So I know what the building's like, and it does need renovation. It does provide services. I am a little concerned. It's very seems very focused on one particular use. I think of our parks. I think of Campus Park and Sports Park and whatever is needed in South Oxnard needing upgrades. So I'm not, but then once you do that, you have to have the maintenance, and we're looking at one-time funds. So I haven't really made up my mind about that, how to use it. I think sports programs for our youth is really, really needed, and we've cut back somewhat. So I'm undecided on this one.
Thank you very much. Councilman McDonald.
Since it's one-time use money, I don't have a problem with it. If it were ongoing money, I'd probably like to approach it in a different direction, but I think that's going to be the next question.
Thank you very much, Councilman Perrello.
I would just like to back up Oscar Madrigal's comment. I was with him at the field when the people complained about the lights and the bleachers. But we had a presentation at the beginning of the city council meeting, the senior commission, and they've been looking for a place for a long time. From the times when the Wilson Center is having the sewage come up through the sink so they can't provide food in that center till it was fixed. And they've had to shut down other things. So we're going to look for the youth or the seniors, could be the young and the old. I do kind of think that it should go into the general fund to be used. It's a very nice PBID multi-service building. But I think there's seniors that live throughout the city of Oxnard. And I do understand trying to help a certain area of Oxnard. I definitely, person has to be blind not to see. There's haves and have-nots. But I think I would be in line with more of what the mayor pro tem is. I don't feel comfortable with cherry picking who's going to get, picking winners and losers. I'd rather have the council pick the winner and the loser. And there is an election coming up. We don't know who's going to be on council.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Lopez.
Thank you. I think, we do have this one-time fund, but the next question is going to touch on a different source or another source. So I think if we can share that to serve as much as we can. I do see Councilmember Madrigal's point about providing services to our youth. But I mean, we have to come back to the fact that this is a one-time funding source. And if we can see something that is going to serve long-term, thinking of the long-term benefits. So I am fine with this recommendation.
Thank you very much. I kind of like a hybrid, and perhaps we could do the PBID and the multi-service building. And I don't know what the budget is for all of the above, but maybe one or more of the issues that Committee Chair Madrigal and Councilman Madrigal addressed could be also included in this. That's what all I would say about that. So let's now go to number 5. How should the 1% donation of operators' annual gross receipts be allocated? And we're going to start now. I hope I got it right. I'm starting to get a little bit tired. Here is, why don't we go to Councilmember Lopez.
Thank you, Mayor. So with this one, I kind of want to ask a question of staff on the sales tax that will be collected from the cannabis retail. if that is going into the general fund, is that also part of the conversation? I do understand that the previous recommendation or direction where a staff was heading was to use the 1% for to address the homeless services need, which I think is very beneficial. But I also recognize that there's a lot of other organizations going back to the social equity component that could benefit from these funds being reinvested in the community. So just want to clarify that, because I think there's multiple directions that we can go with this 1%. And yeah.
Councilmember Mayor, just to clarify, the tax that the voters approved for Oxnard, that money is specifically earmarked to go to the general fund. This is not that type of money. This is money that is able to be programmed by council as they see fit.
Thank you very much. Councilman Perla.
I'd like a clarification. I'm reading number 5. How should the 1% donation of an operator's annual gross receipts be allocated? Are we asking that the city council direct the allocation, or are we allowing the operator to make his required 1% donation to any nonprofit?
Councilmember Mayor, our recommendation is how that 1% should be allocated. So that 1% of the gross revenues, that would be considered a local equity program. So we are recommending that that be utilized for homeless services. That's something that the council can decide on. I want to make an important clarification. That is that in addition to that, there is another component, which is community benefit. And that is something outside of our local equity program, and that is something that individual operators could contribute to on their own accord in the interest of their own philanthropic ideas for their organization, volunteering donations, weed abatements, any of that. That's in addition to what we would be requiring as part of our program.
Thank you, Ms. Mallory. So that, if you could help me here a little bit, when you mentioned the word could, that means it is an option. It doesn't mean the same as the word shall, which means must, in my understanding of the language.
Yeah, just to clarify, sure, that's an important distinction. Yes, that's correct. And that's one of the criteria for evaluation, is what they're doing with community benefits.
Okay, so this number 5 is we're looking at the word should or could. Shall or could. Shall a 1% donation of an operator's annual gross receipts be allocated, or could 1%?
It shall.
Shall, okay. My personal belief on this, the operator should be able to donate to which nonprofit organization he wants to. And then it will be up to the residents to figure out if he's donating it to the right one, and thereby continuing to do business with that operator. So to stay in the good graces with the residents of the city, I would hope that he would donate to homeless or youth or senior services, but he's going to be on the hook and use his own choice. The fact that he's making money, we shouldn't be milking this cow for everything it's worth and not allow him to make a choice.
Thank you very much, Councilman McDonald. Councilman McDonald, I don't know if I can hear you.
I'm sorry, you probably couldn't. I talked a lot and nobody listened. Actually, no, you listened. I didn't say much. The community benefit agreement, would that be in addition to this 1%, or would that replace the 1% donation?
In addition, Councilmember.
I'm sorry?
That would be in addition.
Okay. I would like to see the money go to homeless, but I don't think that we should be, if they're going to make a community donation, I'm hesitant to have the city tell them you need to donate here, you need to donate there, because then we're going to be open to questions from the other charities of why did you pick them, why did you pick us? And I'm not real comfortable with that. I think the city manager said earlier that it might be able to go through the Ventura County Community Foundation. I'd be okay with that. Or if we set up a criteria of what would be an acceptable local charity to support, a registered 501c3 that does whatever, and leave it up to them would make me more comfortable.
Mr. Mayor, let me make a quick point addressing this. So these are policy choices. So what we have so far is that there would be a 1% contribution somehow. So what we're looking for policy direction is right now is how do we do that? But I just want to tell you in our discussions with our consultants and with some of the other cities that have done this, it is not going to be a problem for a cannabis company to come here, get the permit, pay everything that they need to pay to get the permit, commit to this 1% to be collected and to be spent one way or the other, and throughout the year to have their door knocked on by various nonprofits asking for contributions. And in everyone's experience, they always like to give. So please, I'm just reminding you of my introduction that this is big, big, big business. There's going to be a lot of money made in this industry. It's happening across the state already. It's happening in some other states. And now it's going to happen here. I really appreciate the policy discussion. And for most small local businesses, all these points are really, really important. But I just want to remind you that this particular industry, there's a reason they call it the new gold rush. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem.
I've been involved on the council and arts that process. Not that I picked anyone to get a grant early on, but it was so contentious and difficult to have the city picking. And we all have been through the CDBG process when we are doling out really very small amounts and how difficult it is, and you see how much need there is. I understand that this was originally in the proposal that 1% would be required to go to nonprofits. Sounds good, but let's just face it, the homeless situation, unsheltered folks, is a huge issue in our city. And I've come around to saying this is a great place to put it. We're lacking funds. We're looking for state and federal money to do what we would like to do. It's not enough. So if this could go to help people be sheltered, get services that they need, I'm thinking that's the best use for it. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman Basua.
Thank you. I just want to reiterate my comments that I made during committee, which was that I believe in helping homeless, and I believe that a lot of our effort should be put into this. But I think it's time that as a council, we start looking into our future, and I believe our children are the future. With all these budget cuts, a lot of things have, in recreation, we cut. And I think it's time that we start investing in our kids. And I would like to see this 1% at least, and I'm not saying maybe all of it, because I do believe, just like our city manager said, it's going to be a gold rush. And I believe there's going to be a lot of money, and it can go in many, many directions. But I would like this council to commit to youth development and to help the youth. If that includes helping families that are homeless with their kids that are sleeping in cars, I'm okay with that, as long as it goes to youth. We are losing our youth. We're losing them to gangs. We're losing them to drugs. And even though this money is coming from cannabis, I believe that we as council members have an obligation to take care of the youth and take care of each other. And I would like to see this money earmarked for that purpose. If that means that as a city, we can bring additional programs and subsidize some of those programs, with technology being so advanced, especially with COVID, a lot of these kids that are staying home, their only one good thing every day was probably going to school, was probably getting that hot lunch, that hot breakfast. Because when they get home, who knows what they go through? Who knows if they even have dinner? So I would really, really ask that we really look at this and we put money into our youth, and we just, I really, really feel strongly about this. So that's my recommendation, and that's what I'm asking for. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman and Councilman Madrigal.
As in the committee meeting, I agree 100% with Councilwoman Basua.
And I will say in conclusion that there's so many competing priorities. And, I like Councilman McDonald's idea, what Mayor Pro Tem had to say, and those about housing I like, but it's really about priorities and what is the prioritization. And I have to say that I feel a real sense of responsibility that the youth of the community, I can't use the word neglected because I think recreation is doing an exceptional job considering the circumstances, but I think we need to invest more in youth. And I would be willing to also, be open to some other options. It sounds, like I'm looking to meet a multitude of objectives, but I think youth is my top priority, and that's where I'll just keep it. So, Mr. City Manager, how would you like to proceed with this? Do you have clear direction, and do you believe staff has clear direction on 1 through 5?
I believe we do. I think this was a spectacular debate, but there's one more item with this entire item tonight, which is cultivation.
Okay.
I'll have Ms. Mallory summarize that very quickly.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor, City Manager. So the other item before the council this evening is the contemplation of developing a cultivation ordinance with consideration to indoor cultivations. That is what we would recommend. And just a point of clarification that based upon our consultant's work, it's anticipated to generate between $224,000 to $326,000 which can be programmed as the city plans. So this evening, the recommendation is to look at cultivation and to provide staff with direction to develop a cultivation ordinance.
Okay, why don't we start with Committee Chair Madrigal?
I'll state same thing I stated at the committee. The areas being down, the areas being down over east of Rice and then away at the south end, I think are fine. My big thing is, I'm hoping all of this would be indoor. We do have the technology available. As many have stated, there is money to be made here, but at the same time, I do not want residents complaining about the smell. So if at all possible, if we could have this 100% indoor.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Basua.
Again, just reiterating my comments from the committee. I also would this cultivation to stay indoor and not do any outdoor cultivation.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, I think we can learn a lot from what happened in Santa Barbara County from outdoor cultivation, which again looked like the gold mine for Santa Barbara County, and it was, but caused so much difficulty. Smell wafts into schools and people's homes. So I think the way to go is indoor.
Thank you very much. Councilman McDonald.
I have to go with indoor too. You look at the problems that Camarillo had with, and it was hemp. It wasn't even marijuana. And people don't realize the difference between the hemp plant and the marijuana plant is marijuana. You can smoke, hemp you can't. It makes rope, but it's the same similar genus of plants, and they all stink. That's why they call it skunk weed. Has a terrible smell. So if we're going to do it here, it's going to have to be indoors.
Thank you very much. Councilman Perrello.
I echo Councilman McDonald's. I can't say it any better than he did.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Lopez.
I agree with the rest of my colleagues. Indoor. Thank you.
And my final view on that is there's one of the clearest consensuses here on the whole issue, and that is indoor. So, Mr. City Manager, does that conclude this item? And have we provided sufficient direction to the staff?
Yes, no outdoors cannabis cultivation.
Okay. All right.
Mayor?
So, yes,
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Are you about to finish off this item?
Say that again.
You're about to finish this item? Is that
Yes.
it? I
Yes.
just want to make just 2 sentences. I think it's really important for the council and the community to know that so many people were damaged in the war on drugs, and now it's okay to open up a store and sell for things that people went to jail for a long time. I'd like to ask that we get a report from the district attorney of our county to see if there has been work on doing the expungements and that sort of thing that was required by state law for a future council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And this item was to provide input for number 1 and also number 2 on the item that we just concluded. And so we'll end that item. And now,
Mayor,
members of the, yes.
Mayor, sorry,
Yeah.
I also wanted to add something on that too.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I thought I raised my hand. I definitely agree with Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez, and I know that we're trying to move this process forward for the application so that the retail can open and that phase can move forward. But I don't want to deviate from the concept and what's at the core issue of social equity. And as Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez mentioned, how are we working locally to help those who have been criminalized by marijuana and cannabis in the past, so that they can contribute and be a part of this process in a positive way. And I know that there's a local group here within our city. Some of them have applied for these permits, and if there's a way that we can work in partnership to ensure that this industry in our city is going to be successful, it's not going to negatively impact our residents. And so I just want to plug that in there. If there's a way that we can work along to ensure that the concept of social equity is not lost in this process. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mayor, I'd like to weigh in on this matter.
Okay.
Thank you. I can see the points that the 2 council members have raised, but I would like the 2 council members to remember the majority of the population lived within the rules of the law. And at one time something was illegal and at another time it's not. Take prohibition. How much time and effort we will address on this is yet to be decided. But there's always another side. I mean, do we stop at the red light? We are continually, and to the credit of our law enforcement, continually arresting people for illegally ability to have a gun. They've been prevented from having weapons, loaded weapons in the car, carrying large amounts of drugs for sale. So laws and facts and evidence are sticky things. They count.
Thank you very much. And I just want to make sure as we get into the wee hours of the morning here, or getting close to the wee hours of the morning, I'm not noticing if anyone else raised their hand. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, members of the council, we've concluded that item. I have a concern that I expressed to the city manager, and when we did the agenda planning for this agenda, we didn't anticipate on as many speakers as we have actually received. The item number 3 on Measure E, I have budgeted right now for 2 hours. And considering the remarks of one of the speakers at the very beginning of the meeting, I think for reasons of transparency and I think just transparent, good government, I've recommended the city manager that we reschedule item 3, which again could be even longer than 2 hours, that we reschedule that item for the 29th, which would be about 5 or 6 days before the voters receive their ballots, which is about, I think, the 4th or 5th of October. And I want to survey members of the council now. This is, if the fact that it's open doesn't mean it has to go beyond this hour, that in itself, to abide by our ordinance here on the council time and the council schedule. And it's also possible to even schedule a special meeting to discuss this issue. So I want to solicit the viewpoints of members of the council. We do have 19 speakers for this item. And like I said, I have about 2 hours at least minimum budgeted for the item. Council Member Lopez, could you weigh in on that, please?
To either continue, I just want to clarify, you're asking if we want to continue with the meeting tonight?
Yes. Well, in other words, that we would postpone this item until the 29th of the month, or we could hold a special meeting and do so at a time where the majority of the public is able to watch it. Right now, I think we've lost a minimum of half of our audience.
Yeah, then I would say that we should call it a special meeting just to give enough time.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, the 29th would indeed be a special meeting, but we would agendize it as such. Thank you.
Okay, very well. And let me go next to Councilman Perrella.
My choice would be that we skip item 2 on the agenda and go forward with item 3. And if need be, we have a special meeting. But the arrangement of this agenda, the item that is coming up that we're planning to have a special meeting on, I consider very important, as important, if not more so than the cannabis. And I wished it would have been on the agenda or an earlier spot. But I would rather skip item 2 and hear item 3. And if we can't do that, and you're going to put item 3, go to a special meeting sooner than later. The public needs this information. This basically, item 3 is going to predict the future of the city of Oxnard.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Councilman McDonald.
You know, instead of pushing it out too far, maybe we can just push it to continue it to a special meeting. I don't know what everybody else's schedule is like. Maybe even Thursday or something. I don't know if it's logistically able to do that without violating something, but that'd be a legal question for our attorney. But if we could continue to an early hour on Thursday, I'd be okay with that.
Okay, we'll solicit the views on the time here in a second.
On Thursday, there is a scheduled planning commission meeting.
Okay. So we'll go into the time here in a second because we can provide the direction on that too. Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm for as soon as possible. I think, although people are waiting to hear, it's the hour makes it difficult to be transparent. So I would go for a special meeting as soon as possible. But I think this week it's already over for me. Actually, I'm totally booked.
Okay, and Councilwoman Basua. Councilwoman, you might be on mute.
No, sorry, I was trying to gather my thoughts. I'm putting myself in staff's shoes. They're prepared tonight. And I understand it's about transparency, but it's really just informational. And you know, we're not saying as a council, we're not saying yes or no to this. I mean, obviously we can have our opinion, but I think it's really important that if staff is ready tonight, I think we should just give them the opportunity to get it over with tonight. And like I said, we're not advocating, you know, for it. So I would really prefer that we do this tonight.
Thank you very much, Committee Chair or Councilman Madrigal.
Muted.
I got it. I'm okay either way. I feel that, you know, as far as the public goes, you could go both ways. One, you gave me a presentation at, you know, 10:15 or 10:30. How was I able to digest that? But then you have the other group who's been here all night. You know, I've been waiting here. I have no interest in cannabis, but I'm still up here at 10:03 in the evening. Okay. So you have that group, you know, you have 51 people watching on YouTube right now. I checked the numbers. And, you know, so what do you tell that group of people that have been waiting all evening to have this presented? But at the same time, on the other hand, you do have that group who's called it a night and, you know, they're going to make the statement that, you know, we're pushing stuff at 10:30 in the evening or the 22nd hour of the day. So it's totally up. I'm okay whichever direction we go.
Thank you very much. And I am an advocate of postponing this and then rescheduling it as soon as possible to give the public a proper notice and an opportunity to participate. It might very well lengthen our discussion and allow more people to participate. And I think that's a good thing. I think we've seen that, Mr. City Manager, right now with just the cannabis discussion. And I did think about moving item 3 up even earlier, but that didn't happen. So Mr. City Manager, just to, and/or Mr. Fisher, just to make this as transparent as possible, when would be the soonest date we could do this other than the 29th if we did call a special meeting?
So, Mayor, it could be feasible to just have it on Tuesday night after the last of the committee meetings are done.
Okay.
That would be the 22nd.
All right. And I just want to ask members of the council, Council Member Lopez, is that okay with you?
That works for me. Thank you.
Councilman Perello.
I'd like to get another answer from the city attorney, please. What is the requirements with respect to us having a special meeting? Could not we have a special meeting at the end of that hour window, making a possibility? And it's been mentioned that Thursday night is a planning commission meeting. So Friday is available. The council chambers are open, whether the city's open or not. That could be a special meeting on Friday.
That is,
We're closed
it's
Friday.
a closed Friday, but yes, you could technically have a special meeting any day of the week.
Okay, so we would have a special meeting possibly on Friday versus having a special meeting after we have a full day of committee meetings with various things. I just want the council to be aware that is an option.
Okay, very good. Councilman McDonald, are you okay with next Tuesday? That's been suggested.
Yeah, Tuesday would be fine by me. I wouldn't be supportive of Friday because we're going to have to drag all of staff in to support this meeting. And I don't think it's fair to them to drag them back on their day off.
Thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem?
I'm not available Friday. Tuesday's good for me.
Very well. Councilwoman Basua?
Tuesday is fine.
And Councilman Madrigal?
Tuesday is fine.
Tuesday is fine with me. Okay. Let's see here. So let's go forward then. And Mr. City Manager, we have the item 2, and we need to take a vote to extend the meeting. It's 10:07. We need to take a vote if, in fact, Mr. Fisher, according to the ordinance, it must go this evening. Mr. City Manager, does this have to go this evening?
No, sir, it does not.
Okay. All right. So then to abide by the ordinance, then I would recommend that we could we schedule this for the special meeting also, Mr. City Manager?
No, we can bump this to the next regular council meeting. It's
Okay.
fine.
All right.
So under the current version of it's a procedures resolution, it's just you require a 80% member vote to hear the item. So,
rather than it being a must-go item. Is that correct, Mr. Fisher? Or?
I believe.
Mr. Mayor, I'd rather hear it tonight and be done with it instead of
I'd make
pushing
the
it down the road.
I'd make the motion for hearing it tonight.
Okay, well, wait a minute here. Just, I understand that there's, Mr. Fisher, can you answer that question? Is the ordinance now, has it changed?
It's a resolution, and under adjournment, the current procedures rule on page 13 says the city council meeting shall adjourn no later than 10 p.m. Unless the meeting is extended by a majority vote, no new items will begin after 10 p.m. unless 80% of the members present vote to allow the items to be heard.
Okay, then Councilman McDonald has, and Councilman Perillo have recommended, Councilman McDonald has recommended we do it, and Councilman Perillo has seconded that. Can we take a vote, Madam City Clerk?
Councilman McDonald,
Yes.
Councilmember Perillo,
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Mayor Flynn,
Aye.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez. I didn't hear your vote.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And Councilwoman Basua.
Aye.
Okay, it's unanimous.
Okay, item number 2 under the city manager's department. So we will make it very clear to the public that the city council has decided to postpone item 3. We apologize to those 19 speakers that have signed up to speak. Some of them perhaps have gone to bed, but we are going to reschedule that for next Tuesday. Mr. City Manager, what date is that and what time would we hold the meeting?
Mr. Mayor, I believe that to be September 22nd, and I think it's best to do it right at 6 p.m.
And we don't have a committee meeting at that time, or?
We do not.
Okay, so 6 p.m. next Tuesday. That's when this item 3 will be taken up for a special meeting. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, there it is. So let's go to item 2. Now that that's been clarified, the subject, State Water Resources Control Board approval of the Ormond Beach Generating Station 3-year extension, triggering the process for the city of Oxnard and GenOn to establish a $25 million trust fund and the Ventura County Community Foundation to dismantle the power plant and continue the effort to achieve Ormond Beach restoration and access plan. The recommendation is that the City Council receive and file an update on the effort to dismantle the Ormond Beach power plant and an effort to achieve the Ormond Beach restoration and access plan. Mr. Newitt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this will be a pretty quick update. And thank you for reading the title of this update. So yes, this is regarding the Ormond Beach power plant. So I'm going to start by showing this image again. We showed you this over a year ago. Or about a year ago, I should say. So these are images of existing power plants in California that have been decommissioned, but they essentially are still there because unfortunately they did not have a plan or do not have yet a plan to be dismantled. So you can't even get to remediating the land underneath until you're able to dismantle the plant. And part of my concern is that our 2 power plants would join this list. So as you can see, I had called this monuments to the 20th century because some of these plants I could foresee still being here decades from now, continuing to rust into the ground. So that leads to our effort at Ormond Beach. So besides for trying to come up with a good plan, you know, having a little bit of good luck and timing is never harmful. And I think we had both on this. In addition to coming up with a good idea and a good plan, we also were beneficiaries of the timing of the moment in terms of the state's concern about the electric grid reliability. So we have a deal with the power plant that the council had approved earlier this year. And it essentially, the deal was that in essence, we would support them staying open rather than closing at the end of this calendar year. We would support them staying open an additional 3 years. And in exchange, they would create a $25 million trust fund so that the power plant can actually be dismantled at the end of its life when it gets decommissioned. By the way, I wanted to remind everyone, because this was in the job announcement when I applied to be the city manager here.
Wow.
These were the challenges and opportunities that you as a city advertised to the world of city managers. And I actually keep a copy of this in my desk so that I can keep tabs on if I'm able to meet some of these challenges and opportunities that you laid out. And this, as you can see, was one of them. The Ormond Beach Restoration Project, considered by wetland experts to be the most important wetland restoration opportunity in Southern California. And this was one of the reasons that I was very excited about possibly working for the city of Oxnard, because it is such a large project with such long-term impacts to the community and to the environment. So we had the agreement between us and GenOn that the council approved earlier this year, but it all hinged on what the State Water Resources Board would do. And we finally, the item ended up on their agenda at the beginning of this month, September 1st. And I'm grateful that some of you participated, Council Members Lopez, Basua, Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez, and Mayor Tim. You all testified. Thank you very much. And like the other state commission meetings, sometimes you just sit and wait, or in the case of us tonight, same thing. But you took the time and you testified on behalf of the Oxnard community. And in essence, it helped with the state commission's vote. They were voting on our power plant and a few others up and down the coast. But the bottom line is they approved, which means our deal with GenOn is now live. So the next steps are, of course, we marry this piece of the puzzle up with the existing effort of the Ormond Beach Restoration and Access Plan. So working with the Ormond Beach partners, who are the State Coastal Conservancy, the Nature Conservancy, and ourselves, we need to now put the dismantling of the plant timeline together with the beach restoration and access plan timeline. So the next steps for the access and timeline is to conduct the public outreach early next year to discuss the preferred alternative. We have to form or select a long-term entity such as something that would be called the Oxnard Ormond Beach Conservancy to acquire and oversee management of that giant swath of land at Ormond Beach. The properties are currently owned by Ormond Beach Partners, but they must convey it to a local entity. So it's incumbent upon us to figure out who and how that local entity, who will be the stakeholders and how it will manage the property for the basically for forever, for the long run. And then there's some regulatory hurdles we have to jump through, but we believe this work can culminate in the next 5 years. So while we're continuing that effort on the actual dismantling front, first thing we're going to do, and the city attorney and I have already had our initial meetings with the community foundation, we are going to actually establish the trust fund now, so that starting in 2021, the power company will make monthly deposits into the trust fund, which will be held in trust strictly for dismantling the plant by the Ventura County Community Foundation. Again, we begin that process also to amend our local coastal plan and general plan and zoning to make the power plant land consistent with the surrounding area, in order, basically the rest of the beach area, in order to support the restoration and the access plans. That will entail environmental review and clearances for dismantling the site. We have to go through and get permits ourselves. Actually, the company would, but we would be policing it and guiding it and making sure it happens. But there are permits not just from the city, but from a host of state agencies. So in other words, there's a lot of planning that is involved when you're leading up to the actual dismantling of the plant. But this has always been and remains our goal, is to open public access of Ormond Beach, to make it truly accessible, and so that everyone, especially, of course, everyone in Oxnard and in the region, but especially people who live by that part of our coastline, can actually have easy, safe access to enjoy the beach. Because right now it is not so easy to get to that part of our own beach. And that is the quick update. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. City Manager. And Madam City Clerk, it doesn't appear that I have any speakers for this item. Is that correct?
No, we do. There's 2.
Oh, I don't see that on the list. Let's see. Oh, yes, I do. Now I see it. Pat Brown and Lawrence Paul Stein, please.
Hi, Pat. We're on the
Yes,
Ormond Beach item here. Go ahead.
I've been waiting all evening for this particular topic, and the reason is I'm part of the Ormond Beach Task Force, the Saviors Road Design Team, which started first years and years ago, and there are a lot of people here in Oxnard and in the general area here, Ventura, Oxnard, Camarillo area, who want that closed as soon as possible. And we thought we had an agreement for that, for them to do that a year ago, and that they wouldn't be operating either one of those operations, the Mandalay and the Ormond Beach one, that they would not be operating them anymore. But then they said that they were going to would not have the money to tear them down, which was what we wanted done as soon as possible. So now this year we're ending up with more hot weather than what we normally would have, and so therefore then they had to put them in operation because of the heat. Well, the longer we go with this, the worse the heat's going to be. So we're doing a good thing, but we're just postponing, and we're just going to have hot weather because of this problem. So GenOn and the other companies that work with the power are just going to have to find another solution other than electric. And I would suggest we put solar roofs on all of the city-owned properties throughout the city, anything that's large and up on the roof of that parking structure that nobody uses. I think we ought to have a solar roof up there, and I think we need to do whatever we can to try to keep the hot water from going back out at sea and ruining the ocean in the process, which is what it's doing. And I think we need to get on this as soon as possible. I think we should start planning it now so that 2 years from now, we're ready to go. And there are also a group of teenagers here in Oxnard who are also very much interested in this because they look at their future of Oxnard if the Ormond Beach is destroyed by the power plants, then they've lost theirs. And I think we ought to stop the idea of pulling cars off of ships and
Thank you, Ms.
and
Brown.
putting them in there as well. I think no car parking.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Thank you, Ms. Brown. And the last speaker is Lawrence Paul Stein, and then we do have a speaker at the end of this item, Madam City Clerk.
Hi, Larry. We're on the Ormond Beach item. You have 3 minutes. Please begin. Actually, turn your TV down and then begin.
I'm somewhat concerned the fact that we have this issue that we're not looking at the entire restoration of Ormond Beach. To be considered as part of the renovation of this $25 million, how much of this will be considered? And I'd like to answer tonight how much that will be considered towards the cleanup of Halico. Halico, as you recall, is a waste slug that's been declared a Superfund over 20 years ago. One of the goals of the Serious Road Design Team is to help clean up and restore Ormond Beach. The generation plant that we have, part of this is being considered tonight, and nothing's being discussed about the full restoration at Ormond Beach, including the cleanup Halico site. And put proper record requests into the communications between the city and the EPA on Halico. I'm getting very little response on that. I'd like to get it addressed tonight. Well, the city's efforts are to consider these plans. Again, a plan is one thing. The city's ability to execute on a plan is something else. We have plans for the developer impact fees. There's no discussion on that for water. Park master plan was discussed for 2 years. The city council still released that to the general public. We have a water master plan that's not been released. Again, we have all these plans, but city council has never discussed the plans to the public. So I'm somewhat dismayed if I don't get here discussion tonight on cleanup of Ormond Beach, including the Halico site with this conversation tonight with the Denon plant being renovated. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. And that concludes the speakers on this item. Is that correct, Madam City Clerk?
Yes.
Okay, I'm looking at the hands that are raised, and I don't know how I'm doing that, but I'm doing that. And so I'll call on Mayor Pro Tem first, please.
Thank you. Very briefly, it's late. I want to actually thank those people like Pat Brown, the Godwins, a lot of other people, Walter out there at Ormond Beach, for just hanging in there for years and years of their efforts to keep this on the front burner, closing the power plants. And actually, the State Water Board closed the ones through cooling plants throughout the coast of California. So it wasn't so much the city deciding they should close, it was the State Water Board. And we, the city, with our community, decided not to let another non-once through cooling plant be opened at Mandalay. And as I'm just so grateful that our city manager remembered to look at his job description, because it's so easy to get caught up in the day-to-day things. You don't realize what you've got to do for the future. And it has taken a long time. And Ms. Brown, you're right about what we need to do to stop the pollution. And this is part of it, but this change did not come quickly. I'm really glad that we, unlike other communities, are going to have a fund to take the plant down at Ormond Beach, one of the most important birding places on the planet and needed for our economy, for science, for research, for the birds. And I just really appreciate that we've gotten this far. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we'll go next to Councilman McDonald and then to Councilman Perrello.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, I have a couple questions regarding this thing. It looks like the agreement is primarily based on GenOn being able to get resource adequacy contracts, and that the city is expected to help in that effort for them to get that. I don't know what's involved in getting a resource adequacy contract, but I would say what's going to be the city's commitment. And the second part is what happens if they don't get the resource adequacy contracts? Then are we left holding the bag? And I'm sorry, Mr. City Manager, I didn't give you early warning on this. I didn't really get a chance to go through this until a little bit ago. So, but I'm just a little bit nervous, but I know we've made the commitment. So I don't know if you have a response or not.
Very quickly, council member, they already have those contracts.
And we've seen them?
Yes, we have confirmation of them. Yes.
Okay. Take care of that then. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman Perillo.
I'm grateful for Councilman McDonald's question, and I'm more grateful for City Manager's response. Thank you both. Ms. Brown's absolutely right. The Ormond Beach group has been along, and a lot of those people have passed on to higher callings. And so it's been a long time for a lot of people here on Earth, and some of them not here along with us on Earth. But I want to thank every member of this council for supporting the city manager in his attempt to do what he did. And it was a long shot, and he took a shot, and he was successful. And I want to thank those city council members that were on the council when this gentleman was hired. I wish that we'd had this kind of expertise and this kind of willingness to stick our neck out and try something when we shut down Mandalay Power Plant, because the things that have come out of that with respect to the water quality, the issues, and everything else that's gone on, I do have a regret that we didn't have some far forward-looking individuals calling the shots on that one. This is a tremendous big deal for our city. One of the public speakers wants to know about what are we going to do about the slag heap at Calico. There's a lot of people wanting to wonder about that. And we can always look at the glass half empty or barely having any water in it. I look at this as this glass is half full. And this is a tremendous accomplishment for this city manager, for this council, for this community. It may take a few years to get it. But as my fellow councilman, Mr. McDonald, asked a question, a valid question, and the response came that we have the information. And I think that as an aside, that information should be shared with the public, that we have those contracts and that those contracts are in place, so that we don't have other people asking questions, as one of the public speakers did. What are we going to do about something else that's adjacent? It's like, I wished we'd have had this kind of forward-thinking leadership when that issue reared its ugly head, which has been decades. A compliment to the entire council and the city management team for the success of this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I don't have any further requests to speak. I'll just say that this is one of the greatest accomplishments by this city manager. When I think about some of the comments that some of the previous council members said, and also what Ms. Brown had to say, that there have been people that have been working on Ormond Beach for decades, and many of those individuals are no longer with us. And this is just a step in the right direction. That's what we can honestly say. It's clearly a step in the right direction. And I want to thank the city manager for his leadership and his innovation to negotiate this extension of this contract. And I will just end by saying that we need to build on this. When I say build on this, it doesn't mean necessarily building on the site. We need to build on the momentum. And I know that Mayor Pro Tem, out of all the members of the city council, has worked the hardest on the 2 power plant issue. And I know that also, I believe Councilman McDonald also has accompanied her in the National League of Cities meetings where they've met with the EPA, and they've tried to get solutions, longer term solutions or more immediate attention to Ormond Beach and the Superfund site. So again, this is an item related to the power plant. Just want to thank all of those involved. Mr. Nguyen, it's a great success. It's a great victory. And thank you very much for your leadership.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. But we also have to thank our city attorney, Steve Fisher. I could not have negotiated this contract without him. There's no way it would have happened. So thank you for City Attorney Fisher's work as well.
Thank you.
Mayor, I'd like to address something here.
Yes.
This is bothering me. If there's going to be hard feelings after this meeting, there's hard feelings. I can live with that. This council recently went to council districts, and the 2 new districts were added in the south end. And the 2 new districts closest to this Ormond Beach haven't had a comment tonight about this coup for the south end of town. I'm surprised. I'm surprised because, as has been mentioned, it will open up an area of Oxnard for the residents in the south end that will have access to a beach. When one of the issues that comes up because of the districts is that I am only looking out for the people on Oxnard shores, the rich part of town. I mean, I'm very surprised that there haven't been comments to compliment the success of this action. I needed to say that. I couldn't go home without saying that.
May I say something, council member? Mayor?
Yes.
Okay, so I think Mr. Nguyen knows, especially on my behalf, how what I think and how gracious I am that he was able to do this for the South End. During our last council comments, I think we all made that extremely clear, and we understand that this victory had his leadership along with Mr. Fisher. I don't know what else needs to be said. Everything that needed to be said was said, and there is no secret about it. Mr. Nguyen did a wonderful, excellent job with this, and I am just, a bit shocked that another council member would just basically be up on the dais and call some of us out because he felt that we are not praising the city manager enough. I do take offense to that, and Mr. Nguyen, I think when he knows exactly, I think, how all of us feel, and if all we need to do is praise. I am a leader, and I do the praising. Not always will you see me do it on camera, but I think I do it enough. Those are my comments.
Mr. Mayor, I just need to remind the public, because it was in my presentation, that council members Basura and Lopez testified and advocated for Oxnard during the water board hearing.
Very well. And so that is that item. And if I'm not mistaken, this too, also, in addition to the, we actually, number one, we provided direction. And this one was to file and update efforts to dismantle the plant. So there's no vote required. And item 3, as we've stated, for any of those who might have missed it, is going to be rescheduled for next Tuesday at 6 p.m. And Madam City Clerk, we have one items not on the agenda speaker that we saved for the end of the meeting who contacted you after you attempted to make that initial call. Could we call that person, please?
Yes, so this is Zulith Lucero. Hi, Zulith.
Hello?
Is this Zulith?
No, I think you got the wrong number.
Okay. Sorry.
It's okay. Bye-bye.
Madam City Clerk, just to double check, was that the initial number that we tried to contact?
No, she provided me with a different number. Let me check it again.
Okay. We certainly don't want to call the same number again.
Yeah, this is the number she gave me.
Okay.
So, I mean, I could try the first number again. I don't know.
Why don't we, do you want to try that,
Okay.
please?
Okay, it's not going through.
Okay. So with that being said, that concludes this meeting. Thank you very much, members of the City Council and Mr. City Manager and staff, and also for the patience of the public. This meeting is adjourned.
Aye.
Good night.
Thank you.
Thank you.